Hey everyone. Today's topic in our discussion of world religion is kind of a popular one among my series of lectures, or sometimes is often the most requested topic amongst my students in classes that I've had here at the college. Probably because of a slight similarity and or knowledge of participants of this particular religious tradition. And so today's topic is going to be all about Mormonism. So, what is Mormonism? Well, as always, let's start with some basic facts about the religious tradition. And so, Mormonism refers to a new religious movement that emerged in the United States during the 19th century and is a Christian denomination. I want to emphasize that. Mormonism is a Christian denomination. It is a Christian denomination that originated from the revealed teachings and visions of its founder, Joseph Smith Jr., or you can just simply say Joseph Smith, who he believed that through his visions that he was restoring uh, beliefs of a lost group of Christians who lived and survived for a period of time before dying out in the Americas. So he believed in that there was a lost religious tradition here of Christianity here in the United States, in North America, prior to Christopher Columbus. As you can see within this definition, I've highlighted or bolded some key terms. And these key terms concerning Mormonisms are kind of new phrases that we need to unpack that we haven't seen in other traditions or that help us understand a little bit more what Mormonism is. So the first key that I want to focus on is that phrase up there, a new religious movement. Now, this is something that we have already discussed thus far in our lecture on Scientology or our lecture on Baha'i faith. But it bears repeating again in this lecture. A new religious movement refers to a religious group that has relatively modern origins, but who are at the periphery of society's dominant religious culture, and who are often characterized by their religious innovations or unorthodox beliefs or practices. And oftentimes, too, new religious movements are characterized by having a charismatic leader. And Mormonism fits that. Joseph Smith was a very charismatic leader, as we'll talk about here momentarily. We also must remember that Mormonism is a relatively new religious movement on the scales of all the other world religions that we have discussed so far in this course. We're talking about Mormonism having close to a 200-year period of history only. Christianity has what, 2000? Islam, what, 14, close, over, uh, yeah, well, we're getting close now. So it's got to be 14 to 15,000 year, not, sorry, not 15, but 1500 or 1400 year period of history. So in terms, Mormonism is quite young, quite new. And because of this relatively newness, it explains why, at least within this lecture, Mormonism is, we know a lot more about this religious tradition. But it also explains why Mormonism is viewed within this country very suspiciously, or that Mormons receive unfair slander thrown at them because they're on the periphery of society as a new religious movement. But again, we should be mindful that many world religions today that we have already discussed in this class that we have come to accept had similar roots. and similar sentiments expressed about them. Nearly all of the religious traditions that we have talked about in this class began as a new religious movement. They began on the periphery of society, but then has hence become a majority religion or an accepted religion. And Mormonism is going through that same trajectory as well. The only thing that makes Mormonism different is that they really aren't a majority in comparison to Christianity. That's a new religious movement, or Islam. That's a new religious movement. Is that those religions are a majority religion in certain areas of their culture of the globe, whereas Mormonism is not. So we need to keep that in the back of our minds when we discuss Mormonism, or when you just think about your feelings and sentiments about this religious tradition. And as I kind of already mentioned too, I kind of want to bear repeating again here, because again of its relatively newness, emerging as a religious tradition within the modern era. Again, we know significantly more of the history of Mormonism, its founders, its traditions, than we do of any other world religions. That it's going to be this lecture is going to feel very similar to what we've already discussed with Scientology or Baha'i faith, where we're going to spend a lot of time in detail talking about its religious founders. And the main reason is because we know more. And thus we're able to be a little bit critical, or, in some sense, give the dirty little secrets about these religious traditions because we just happen to know more. More is preserved. We have more records, we have more testimonies from people than we do, say, from the origins of Buddhism or the origins of Christianity, where we might be less critical of these religious traditions because we don't know enough. So, I want you to keep that in mind. Also, now transitioning to our second kind of big, key, significant term here is the idea that concerns the claims and sentiments of Mormonism as emerging out of a movement within Christianity that we term restorationism. Now, we'll talk more about restorationism here in a little bit, but I want to give you a little bit of a detailed definition here and just a brief summary before we talk more about it, because restorationism will come to affect Joseph Smith, and then you'll see within the teachings of the church, especially when we talk about the Book of Mormon and its history and the text, you'll see where restorationism comes in. But very briefly, restorationism refers to a belief system that argues that mainstream religious traditions like Christianity, like Protestantism, like the Roman Catholic Church, need to be, quote unquote, restored. They need to be restored to their original origins and practices. Now, this is different because, and to some extent, if you remember from our lecture on Christianity, that is what really Protestantism was. Protestantism emerged as a restoration movement. It was trying to restore the Christian faith from what it perceived as inaccuracies or things that had led it astray, so to speak, from Roman Catholic practices. And so the Protestant Reformation was an attempt to restore things. Mormonism is well, before I say that, Protestantism, another way to think of Protestantism is that it is a counterbalance, a countercultural revolution against Roman Catholicism. So, in order to know what Protestantism is, you need to know what Catholicism is, because Protestantism is not Catholicism. It is a rejection of certain aspects of Catholicism in order to restore and change the Christian church. Now, for Mormonism or for the Restoration movement, it's really a counter reaction against some elements of the Protestant church, more so than the Catholic Church. But for Joseph Smith's purposes here, it's really a critique that he has against the Protestant church. So it's a restoration of the Protestant church. Joseph Smith and others within the Restoration movement, like Jehovah's Witness, for example, are trying to restore, reform the Protestant church. And so that's what restoration is in a nutshell. You might also hear this term primitivism, and you might know what a primitive church is. You actually, in fact, might be attending a primitive church. It's part of the restoration movement. So that's another term that gets tied with it, primitivism. But for here in our class and in this lecture, we're going to use the term restorationism because really there's not much that is quote unquote primitive with the LDS church. So I don't like that term, but it fits other denominations that are part of the restoration movement. But let's move on here. I think we talked enough about restorationism because we're going to talk about it again some more. Third is a third little facet, basic facts about Mormonism, is that Mormonism is also classified as a founder religion. And if you call a founder religion, refers to a religious tradition that is based on the teachings of a specific individual or individuals. And a founder religion is really in contrast to an indigenous religion that emerged organically over time without any clear origins or clear roots being established. So we've already talked a lot about these founder religions: Christianity, Islam, Baha'i faith, uh, Scientology. Mormonism is a founder religion. Buddhism, founder religion. Sikhism, founder religion. Uh, versus a indigenous religion, that of, you could argue Judaism is an indigenous religion, but however, as we talked about, it can sometimes be called a founder religion because of Moses and the role Moses plays in the religion. A better example would be that of Hinduism. We really don't know the origins of Hinduism. We really don't know the origins of Shinto, that Japanese religion that we talked about. Mormonism is a founder religion. And because the roots of the religious tradition comprise the actions and teachings of Joseph Smith and his successor, Brigham Young, in this lecture, we're going to talk a lot about these two individuals because they're kind of the pillars, the founding fathers of this religious tradition. But not only is Mormonism a founder religion, fourth, it's also a revealed religion. It's due to the nature of Joseph Smith's quote unquote revealed teachings and visions of its founder. So Mormonism is also classified as a revealed religion. Now, a revealed religion refers to a religious tradition that emerged out of a response to a encounterment with the divine, with a divine messenger, or with God himself. So we've already talked about examples of revealed religions within this course. We're talking about Zoroastrianism. Think of Sikhism. Think of the Abrahamic traditions. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They all have a founder that is some type of encounterment with a divine figure. Buddhism would also kind of be seen as a revealed religion, but it's different because of the story of the Buddha. But it sometimes gets classified as a revealed religion because of the nature of its text. Joseph Smith, concerning Mormonism here now, Joseph Smith claims that he had several encounters with divine messengers, including God himself, Jesus himself, and an angel later named Moroni. And that's who Mormons partially get their name from. So we'll talk more about that here in a little bit, but it's a revealed religion. So Mormonism can be classified as such. Mormonism is also an American religion. merging in the United States and whose religious beliefs and traditions are uniquely tied to the land of the United States. And so we haven't talked much about these American religions, but Scientology would be classified as an American religion. It was birthed here in America. And so this is one of these new religious traditions that are uniquely tied to the United States. But Mormonism really fits this subcategory of an American religion more than any other of the belief systems, more so than Scientology. And we'll discuss more about that later on in our lecture. But also, I want to mention that Mormonism, and I want to emphasize this very, very hard, Mormonism is a Christian denomination. Sorry about that. It's allergy season time, guys. So, of course, my nose is just running like crazy here. So, hold on just a second. All right. Mormonism. Yes, Mormonism is a Christian denomination. Many more, so like Mormonism is a subgroup within a larger Christian tradition. And so, at its core, the core of its religious traditions, the core of its religious beliefs, much of it is centered around basic, very basic, almost universally held Christian beliefs. Things that we normally would associate with other Christian traditions. Now, many of us will quibble with this classification of Mormonism as being a Christian denomination. They would argue that Mormonism is not a Christian denomination since it does reject various other elements within Christianity and Christian beliefs. So, thus, it's not a Christian tradition because it rejects some very basic and generalized things of the Christian tradition that all Christians would hold dear. And so, thus, many would label Mormonism as it should be an independent religious tradition, if not a religious cult, something that we've already talked about with Scientology. However, I think that's far from accurate because Mormons believe in, again, much of the core elements of the Christian religion. Because Mormonism's belief system is dependent upon a confessional faith in Jesus Christ and is dependent upon the Christian Bible and the New Testament for much of its core beliefs, Mormonism should be considered a Christian denomination. Now, furthermore, we could debate, and there is debate of, okay, if Mormonism is this Christian religion, if it is a part of the Christian denomination, where do we fit it along the categorizations? Where do we fit it along the schools of Christian denominations or branches of Christianity? Is it Catholic? Is it Protestant? Well, some would argue that it should be Protestant because that much of its teachings, much of its practices mirror that of Protestantism. If you go inside a Mormon church, it will look and feel and even smell like a Protestant church. You will be very hard pressed to spot the differences. But however, most Mormons themselves would consider that they're their own separate branch of Christianity, that they should be on their own plane, like we put the Eastern Orthodox Church, like we put the Oriental Orthodox Church, or the Roman Catholic Church, or Protestant churches, that there should be next a new category for the Mormon Church or the LDS Church that we'll talk about here in a minute. Because Mormonism does have separate, denominations within itself. I think regardless, that's a moot point here. But I wanted to expose you to that debate that is ongoing. Instead, like I said, Mormonism, we should be focusing on Mormonism as a part of Christianity. We should not see it as something separate. Like, again, because of its history in the United States, it tends to have been demonized, it tends to have been slanderized. I think hopefully that tradition has long been passed, and that Mormonism can be accepted as a broader branch within Christianity and seen and recognized as a Christian denomination. Um, I guess also too, I want to mention here, because Mormonism is a Christian denomination, that also means that Mormonism can be classified as a proselytizing or missionary religion, because Mormonism actively, and this is probably why everybody knows this fact about Mormons actively go out and recruit believers. They actively try to convert or persuade someone else to adopt their religious beliefs, practices, and opinions. And so it is the epitome of a missionary religion or a proselytizing religion. Also, I want to talk about, uh, in addition to these definitions, these characteristics about Mormonism, there are two other terms from which I'd like to introduce you to, and for which often get associated with Mormonism. The first is that Mormonism often gets labeled as a mystery cult. So, what is a mystery cult? A mystery cult refers to a specific type of religious group who are characterized by several key features, especially participating uh, participation that is not open to the general public. So it's mysterious, it's secretive. It is also characterized by personal spiritual encounters with a deity or a access to hidden knowledge about the afterlife, dramatic symbolic reenactments and purification rituals. A lot of these terms, these characteristics do apply to Mormonism. There are certain elements of Mormon practices that are not open to the general public. Mormonism is based upon people having a spiritual encounterment with a deity. Mormonism does have hidden knowledge that's not talked about, that pertaining to the afterlife. It does participate in very symbolic reenactments and does have purification rituals. So, a lot of these definitions do fit this idea of a mystery cult. However, Mormonism, I don't think, should be classified as a mysterious cult, because that term, mystery cult, has very derogatory purposes. Usually, this term emerged in the ancient cultures here, in the ancient Near East and in the ancient Mediterranean cultures, and it was even then applied very derogatorily towards certain religious practices that the Romans and the ancient Greeks thought was a little out there, for their sakes. So this is examples would be the Dionysus mysteries, or of ancient Greece, or the Mithrak mysteries during the Roman Empire. So a lot of these religious traditions were similar to, like, the Mormon Church, often degraded by society as a whole, often persecuted by the majority because they always remained on the periphery of society. However, again, I don't think this old terminology of a mystery cult should apply to Mormonism. However, I wanted to introduce you because you would see this term being thrown out about the Mormon Church. But I think the second term applies more so. We've already discussed this term when we talked about Scientology, but Mormonism can be classified as a secret religion. And we've already talked about it, but it bears repeating here again. secret religion. A secret religion refers to a religious belief or religious rituals or religious practices that are kept or who are practiced in secret by those who are not initiated. And so Mormonism does have certain practices that are not for everybody. Many of the practices of the LDS movement are not seen in the general public, but take place in the Mormon temples, which are only reserved for a select few of individuals. So again, I think that definition does fit them because it's not anything nefarious, but it just refers to some practices are not publicly seen. So if you go to a local Mormon church, you're not going to see a sealing ritual being done. You can only see that inside the Mormon temple, and you have to be a baptized Mormon and in order to be able to go inside a Mormon temple to participate. Now, Mormon temples do have public days where they will open up their facilities so the public can see the building, but they will never see the rituals that go in it. It's really a recruitment tactic. But anyhow, so I wanted to mention those things. So now get back to let's get back to some basic facts again for Mormonism. So, as previously mentioned, Mormonism as a religious demographic, Mormons get their name from both the angel Moroni, who appeared to Joseph Smith on numerous occasions, but began appearing to Joseph Smith in September of 1823, but also from the prophet Mormon, who apparently wrote the golden tablets that Joseph Smith would later dis- would later discover and later translate, which would be now known as the Book of Mormon. But you also see some other terms related to that or described about Mormons, and so how do these terms apply to them? So probably the next most common name you see about them is that Mormons like to refer to themselves as Latter Day Saints. Now, not latter as Ladder, but latter as Latter. Latter Day Saints. So I make that distinction because when I was a child, I had a hard time saying D's and T's or B's and P's because of a speech impediment. So I would say Latter Day Saints instead of Latter Day Saints. But anyhow, Latter Day Saints stem from a core belief within Mormonism. That term, Latter Day Saints, in its regards to how they see themselves, their places within the whole of Christian history. Mormons see themselves along a timeline. They see history as a timeline, and they see that they're very close, if not currently living in the latter days before the second coming of Christ, before Christ's prophesied second return on earth that's prophesied in the New Testament. So Mormons call themselves Latter Day Saints because they actively believe that they're in the latter days of history, really church history, but history in general, when Christ will return and to restore and judge everyone. And so they also emphasize that phrase of Latter day Saints concerning their belief that they're restoring the authentic version of the church in these quote unquote latter days. So that's why they call themselves saints as well, because they see what they're doing as an act of mercy, if not an act of martyrdom. So again, we'll discuss more about these in a minute, but you'll hear these terms Mormons, you'll hear me say Latter-day Saints, you'll hear me say LDS a lot of times being applied to them or talking about them, but these terms are interchangeable and I will be using them interchangeably in this lecture. As a religious population, Mormonism is one of the fastest growing Christian denominations on the globe. As of 2023, the LDS Church reports a global membership of over 17 million. So, over 17 million would make Mormonism the seventh largest religion in the globe, just above Judaism, but just behind Sikhism as a religious tradition. So again, it's a very fast growing church with only a 200 years history. Like, it has better numbers than the Baha'i faith, who emerged around the same time as Mormonism. Today, the majority of Mormons no longer live in the United States. Around 10 million Mormons live outside the United States, but particularly they live in the Pacific Islands, they live in Latin America, and they live in parts of Canada. So they're not, shouldn't be classified as a world religion, but they are growing that way. They have moved well beyond their original roots. And according to uh, statistics, the Mormon Church is the fourth largest religious body in the United States. That they're just behind Catholicism here in the United States, that has over 71 million active members, just behind Baptists, who have over 48 million members, and Pentecostals, who have around over 10 million members in the United States. Mormonism has around 7 to 8 million uh, believers and members within the United States. Additionally to all of that, some interesting data that I also want to share with you. Membership within the Mormon Church in the United States is really concentrated to a geographical region, concentrated to a very specific region within the country that is sometimes known as the Mormon Corridor. So you might hear that term, especially if you live out west in the American West. The Mormon Corridor refers to this geographical region between the Rocky Mountains and the Cascade Mountain Range that's up in Washington and in Vancouver area, and the Sierra Nevada mountain ranges in California, Nevada, that goes all the way down to parts of really in those areas and parts of Arizona, but in between these two territories. So the Rocky Mountains that stretch all the way from Canada, that bleed into Mexico, and then in between the very Pacific edge coast of California, this small valley area where you'll find a large concentrations of Mormons, and that's called the Mormon Corridor. So you can see here on the map I have here, this means, even though it's not, I don't have it shown here because this is a map of the United States, but just above the state of Montana, that you're going to have, let me get the pointer here. There it is. So just above here is Alberta province in Canada. So just above Montana, you have some Mormons here. And then it's going to be this kind of this range here of, this is where we're talking about Mormons in this paradigm here, is known as the Mormon Corridor. So we're talking about Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Washington, parts of Wyoming as well. This is what we're talking about. So you might hear this term Mormon corridor. Sometimes you might hear another colloquial term known as the Mormon Belt. Just like here in the American South, of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, parts of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, Louisiana is known as this Bible Belt region because a lot of people attend Protestant churches or attend Catholic churches, it's a high concentration of active members of Christian denominations. It's known as the Bible Belt. Well, the same principle applies as well in Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, particularly Idaho. This area is known as the Mormon Belt because high concentrations of Mormons and attendance of Mormons there. And another colloquial term that you will hear, you don't hear it as much, but when I was growing up, I heard it, especially when I lived out west. I heard it from many non-Mormons, but sometimes they'll, jokingly call this area of the United States, instead of the Mormon Belt, they'll call it the Jello Belt. The Jello Belt. Yes, you're hearing me right. Jello, Jello. Um, the Jello Belt, and it's a funny colloquial kind of stereotype about Mormons that Mormons really, really love Jello. And I feel like it's a good stereotype, but it's almost a true stereotype. I know when I lived out in the American West, yes, I had lots of Mormon friends, and every time I went over to a dinner with my Mormon friends, we always ate Jello at the end of the meal. They always had Jello for dessert. So it's just funny stereotype that I feel is kind of true. But I do know some Mormons who despise Jello. So, but I just want to throw that out there. Funny anecdote. But also I want to throw out that since 2000, probably before COVID, but especially after COVID, the number of Mormon membership in the United States has grown in the states of Texas and Florida, who are outside of the Mormon corridor, and they're growing at exponential rates, making Mormonism less and less of a regional religion in the country and more a national religion within the country. So I wanted to point that there because, like, again, you're seeing larger presence here in the state of Florida of Mormons, and it's a growing trend that is happening. And again, it's making Mormonism less of a regional religious tradition and more of a national religious tradition in the United States. The last basic fact that I want to talk to, and before we dive into our main bulk of the material, is the racial and ethical composition of the Mormon Church. So within the United States, the Mormon Church is, out of all religious denominations, is one of the least diverse of any religious tradition in the country. The LDS Church membership in the United States is predominantly white. Over 85% of all Mormons are white here in the United States. The next largest ethnic group in the United States is Latino, around maybe 8%, if not less, and then some Pacific Islanders or, people of Asian descent, around 5 to 6%, and blacks, people of African descent, less than 1%. However, if you do look at the global numbers of the LDS Church, this is where it's a little bit misleading, but the global numbers of the LDS Church, the demographics are much better. Around 46% of all LDS members are white, whereas 38% are Latino and 16% are Pacific Asian or Pacific Islanders. Um, but still, on a global scale, it's less than 0.2%, almost 0.1% on the global scale for African Americans or Black people of African descent. Now, there's a reason for this. There's a reason why the number of Mormon converts, especially among Blacks, is so low. And it's exclusively linked to the issue of race within the United States. And we'll talk more about this later in the lecture, but I think it bears talking about it as well here to overemphasize here. From its early years, the LDS movement held very restrictive views on race and actively discouraged blacks from converting to their faith. The LDS Church held to a doctrine that it was used predominantly throughout the slave period of the United States and very much so throughout the Jim Crow era period of the United States, known as the Curse of Ham. And it used this biblical doctrine to not only justify slavery. Yes, the Mormon church believed in and actually had slaves for a time period, but it also denied membership for a time period to African Americans. So, what is this curse of Ham? The doctrine of the curse of Ham? Well, the curse of Ham refers to a very specific instance within the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, back in the book of Genesis, where the prophet Noah, after building the boat, in the great flood story of Genesis 6 through 9, pretty much chapter 9, where Noah gets told by God about an impending flood that's going to destroy everyone, kill everybody, but he has the responsibility of not only building this boat, but then also housing all of the animals. Two by two, they go in and into the boat in order to be saved from the great flood that wipes all of humanity off the face of the globe except one family, that of Noah. After the flood is over, 40 days, 40 nights of rain, the waters recede, everybody's dead, and Noah and his family are the only ones left. But the story continues. We typically leave the story of Noah there, but the story of Noah continues, that Noah, after the flood, occurs, Noah discovers wine and makes fermented wine and gets drunk. He likes it and gets drunk. And so the Bible tells the story of oftentimes when people get drunk, your body overheats and you begin to start derobing yourself or taking off your clothes. And Noah would do that as well. That in drinking too much alcohol, his body overheats and he naturally, instinctively starts shedding off clothes. And he takes off all his clothes. Now, the Bible is unclear in our English translations of what is going on because we don't understand Hebrewisms. And so there's a particularly unique Hebrew word that is being used in the passage where it talks about that Noah is naked and one of his sons, Ham, sees the nakedness of his father, but the Hebrew word is uncovers the nakedness of his father. That word uncover is often used in sexual connotations, meaning to have sex with somebody. And it's used other places in the Hebrew Bible, but in our English translations, we don't like that image. And so we typically translate it as, oh, he just sees his father's nakedness. But it could also be implied that he tried to have sex with his father. And so, of course, in a fit of rage, his father, Noah, gets angry. But what's interesting is that he doesn't curse his son Ham. Instead, he curses Ham's son, his son named Canaan. And in his curse, Noah talks about that part of his curse is that Canaan and his descendants will be, quote unquote, slaves of slaves, that they'll be servants of servants. Many within white cultures here in the United States had interpreted that as a justification of slavery, that Africans, because of their relationship to the sons of Cain and sons of Noah, that out of Noah's three sons, Ham Ham's descendants are believed to have populated Africa, and so it's Africans. And this is a curse about Africa, that Africa is to be cursed to be slaves in perpetuity, that their descendants, this is the only thing they're good for. So this is a justification of slavery. So because of that, blacks were not eligible within the LDS church as members because slaves could not be members of a church, since the church was only to be reserved for quote unquote freed men. Now, Mormons were not alone in this belief. Like I said, many in the United States, many Protestants, many Catholics within the United States, but also in England and other places around the world, held this belief as well, that they did believe in the doctrine of the curse of Ham and used it to justify slavery or restrictions being placed on blacks within their communities and societies. And the LDS Church was just a subject of the time. Another thing that complicated their relationships with the African American community is that the leaders within the church made inflammatory statements associating black people with being, quote, the sons of Satan. So this association not only carried with it very negative views about black people, it also reasoned that black people were unable to be redeemed by the church because of their relationship to Satan. So why bother recruiting them? Why bother being kind to them? But however, thankfully, the LDS Church, these beliefs were reversed. Even though these beliefs did become policy for over 100 years, if not more, thankfully, in our modern time, the LDS Church has reversed much of these policies and these teachings in 1978. And now African Americans are welcomed within the Mormon Church and are able to be in leadership within the LDS Church. But because of its history, it's a very, 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 very small percentage. But it is a small, very small growing demographics. So I wanted to mention there. Okay, I feel like we spent enough time talking about the basic facts of the LDS Church. Now let's dive deep into the founder of the religious tradition. Let's dive into talking about Joseph Smith. So, who is Joseph Smith? Well, um, as with all founders of a religious tradition, we have to understand the way to understand a religion is to understand the historical background and the teaching of its founder. And so for the LDS Church, the founder of its religious movement is Joseph Smith Jr. So who is this person, Joseph Smith? Well, Joseph was born in 1805 to Joseph Smith Sr. and to Lucy Mack, who were poor merchants and farmers in very rural upstate Vermont. And while we don't know much about his early childhood, we do know that uh, we do know is that following several years of poor harvests in Virginia and many failed businesses by his father and his mother, that the Smith family moved from Vermont to Western New York around the year 1860. And that's where Joseph Smith remained for much of his childhood and the early part of his adult life. So while he was in Western New York, so this is, Rochester, New York to Buffalo, that's what we're talking about of Western New York. So not New York City, but the country part of Western New York. It is believed that Joseph Smith was either heavily influenced by and or participated in a series of religious revivals between the years 1817 and 1825 that is known in the United States history as the second Great Awakening. The second Great Awakening was a Christian revival movement uh, during the early 19th century that spread the Protestant faith throughout a series of manufactured revivals and emotional preachings that sparked several numerous number of religious movements within the United States. But there's three particularly that I want to talk about that have relevancy to Joseph Smith as well as the Mormon Church. Those movements are Adventism, the Holiness Movement, and Restorationism. And we've kind of already talked about Restorationism, but we'll talk about it more here as well. But however, at the heart of the Second Great Awakening was this philosophical movement and ideology that really gripped the Protestant church, but really gripped the United States as well. A philosophical movement that was known as Scottish realism. Sometimes you see Scottish common sense being used, but I like Scottish realism. Scottish realism emphasizes the importance of sensory experiences as being the foundation for knowledge, meaning we believe that our senses provide us with reliable, true, and accurate information about the external world, meaning that your senses is what tells you how you know something is true and real. Your feelings, your eyes, what you hear, those things tell us empirical information. So, for example, your senses, your sight and feel provide you with initial information about an apple. You can see an apple's color. It's red. You see its shape, this kind of circular like structure, and perhaps even its texture if you touch it and feel it. The skin of an apple is smooth, maybe soft in certain spots, or a little bit rigid if it's still not ripe yet. This sensory experiences forms your base knowledge about an apple. So when I say an apple, because you've seen it before, because you've touched it before, because you taste it before, you immediately know exactly what it is. And it's because of those senses. So if you apply the same philosophical approach to religion, how do you know you are religious? Or how do you know that you have faith? So you can see why this philosophical movement took root within a religious experience. So the answer among the Second Great Awakening, these revivalist preachers, is that you have religion, you have faith because you experience it. You have an encounterment with the divine to both know that God is real and to know that your faith is real. You have to be born again spiritually in order to know you have faith in religious experiences. And so Joseph Smith was influenced by Scottish realism and the idea of having an experienced faith, because you'll see that later when he talks about, and he's adamant about this, having divine experiences with God, with Jesus, with angels, because that's how you know your faith is real. He was also influenced by the ideas that lie behind the roots of these new religious movements of Adventism, the Holiness movement, and the Restorationism movement. Concerning Restorationism now, we've already discussed some of it, but it bears repeating again here as well. It refers to a belief system that argues that mainstream religious traditions should be and need to be restored to their original practices, their original traditions. And that restorationism is really a criticism of the Protestant church, or the Protestant church at that time. Restorationism taught that the issue with Christianity And what is wrong with the Christian church at that time, and subsequently what's wrong with the world at that time as well, is that Christianity should not be so divided as it is. That you look around and what you see are the Roman Catholics, Baptists, Presbyterians, Anglicans, Greek Christians, all these other denominations. And each other denomination saw the other denomination as inferior Christians or as not even Christians at all. So it led to sectarianism, it led to sometimes violence. This, according to the movement, occurred because the church is lost its traditions and by its traditions, and it's lost because of its ecclesiastical leadership. And it's because of these irreparable divisions within Christianity that explains why the world is also irreparable as well, and so sectarian and so divided. Is because the church is divided. So if, in order to fix the world, you need to fix the church, and if you fix the church, you fix the world. And so to fix the church, you need to end sectarianism. You need to end divisions, and you need to end ecclesiastical leaderships that got in this circumstance in the first place. And you need to replace it with a different kind of model. And so what you see that within Mormonism as well. It does fit within this new religious tradition and sentiment. And we'll talk about more later. Concerning Adventism. Advent, it comes from the word, from the Latin word meaning arrival or uh, beginning of something, the beginning of something. However, in Christian circles, Advent really has two meanings. Number one, it refers to the Advent season of Christmas, where Christians celebrate the arrival of Jesus Christ into the world through his birth. So think of the nativity scene. That's when we talk about Advent. Think about that. Occasionally, you can also hear Advent referring to the Christian celebration of Lent, which marks the beginning of the Easter season, where Christians meditate on the sacrifice of Christ over their sins over the course of a 40-day period until we get to Easter Sunday, when the tradition says Christ rose from the dead. So that's one meaning of Advent. Advent can also refer to the second coming or the second arrival of Jesus Christ as prophesied in the Gospels or in the book of Revelation. According to Christian prophecy, the second coming of Christ will be this period of trial and tribulation, where both the living and the dead will be judged for their sins and for their faith in Christ. And according to Christian prophecy, the time of this second coming is unknown. However, it's not going to be fun. There's going to be wars, there's going to be plagues, famine, and death. And so it's really this second characterization of the word Advent that this new religious movement within Christianity really focuses on. And that's what Adventism is. Adventism is a branch of Protestant Christianity and Christian philosophy that believes in the immediate second coming of Christ. Immediate meaning that it can happen in this second or the next second or the next second, but it's certain that it's happening any minute now. Now, while all Christians do believe in the second coming of Christ, just look at the words of the Nicene Creed that's said by most Christians at every service. The Nicene Creed says that Jesus shall come again to judge the living and the dead. So most Christians do believe in the Advent in this sense, but what makes Advent Christians different, again, is that word immediate. Again, that it's happening right now. Thus, many Advent Christians thus live their lives differently because they expect Christ's return at the very next second. And so their behaviors are significantly different. The way they worship is significantly different. The way they live their lives is significantly different from other Christians. And so that's why they get separated as a different form of Protestantism. Now, that kind of expectation was seen very early from one of the founders of this key movement of Adventism. The founder was William Miller. William Miller, who was also from Western New York, like Joseph Smith, and who's a contemporary of Joseph Smith as well. That who he rose to fame in the 1830s, 1840s, and had hundreds and thousands of followers of Americans believing that Christ was going to return immediately. So they needed to be ready. Many of his followers, who were known at the time as Millerites, not to be confused with people who really like Miller beer, but Millerites, that they quit their jobs. They sold their homes, sold their property, even started divorcing their husbands and wives from each other because they were getting ready for the immediate return of Christ. They were neglecting their civil responsibilities, not paying taxes because, hell, Christ is returning. Why pay taxes? Why pay my rent? Why pay my loans? Because Christ was returning. And in fact, in 1984 was the specific year on October 22nd, October 22nd, 1844, William Miller prophesied that this is when Christ was going to return, gave the specific day. And so in Cincinnati, Ohio, 80,000 people descended on this town. That was probably the population of the town, so doubled, maybe tripled at this time. 80,000 people appeared in Cincinnati, Ohio, believing that Jesus was going to come that day and in the world at that moment. And so they were ready, they were prepared. But as we all know, that day came and went. Nothing happened. And so in American history, that day is known as the Great Disappointment. You can Google it, look it up. But however, Miller's followers continued, even though a lot of them, left the faith and the traditions when it came out that he was a fraud and a charlatan. But he still had followers, and those followers would go on to establish the Seventh Day Adventist Church that we have today, and who would also go on to found the Jehovah's Witness movement as well, from followers of William Miller. But I do want to highlight one significant point here that relates to the LDS movement, and that particularly the mentality of the Adventist movement. That having this type of mentality of we're living in the latter days greatly affected the relationship that these church members had concerning the outside world. They're not a part of our church, they're not a part of our solution, so we're kind of in secrecy. And so you see those same attitudes and same practices being applied to the LDS church as well. But also the Adventists were preppers as well. They were preparing, hoarding food, hoarding things in return, expecting the day of the Lord to come. Mormons do that too. Most Mormon households hoard food. They have a supply shelter. At least every Mormon that I've ever been associated with has a food pantry dedicated into their house for emergency, because they never know when Christ will return. And they also believe that part of Christ's returns is going to be chaotic and crazy prior to. So they're prepared as Latter-day Saints. The last point that I want to discuss concerning these religious movements from the Second Great Awakening is that of the holiness movement. The holiness movement was a movement within Protestant Christianity that emerged in the 19th century as a result of the Second Great Awakening. And they believed in and emphasized the Christian notion of sanctification, or sometimes known as Christian perfectionism. So, what is Christian perfectionism or Christian perfection? It's a name that's given to a theological concept as well as a theological process of achieving spiritual maturity and achieving spiritual perfection. That this was the goal of a Christian's life and existence. This is the goal of faith, that you were to be sanctified, and that sanctification process equal to a union, a perfect union with God. The holiness movement first appeared actually within the Methodist Church and through the teachings and researches of the Wesley brothers, John and Charles Wesley, who would go on to found the Methodist Church. They also founded the holiness movement. Both men were deeply interested in Eastern Orthodox Church practices and theologies, but specifically the theological concept of theosis. And if you recall from our lecture on Christianity, theosis is a doctrine of the Eastern Orthodox Church that states Christians can join with God through a spiritual process and to become like God, so much so that they actually can participate within the divine nature of God. So they don't become gods, but they can join in unison and union to God and become thus like God, as kind of achieving this spiritual perfection. Now, the Eastern Church would reorganize this process and would emphasize that it's only spiritual, not physical, that we don't become gods, but spiritually we do become gods. The Wesley brothers really liked this idea of theosis, and that they believed that it was possible and achievable, and they believed that it was through the process of sanctification, being made holy by Christ, and through our relationship with Jesus Christ, that an individual can achieve spiritual union with God in this lifetime, that we don't have to wait until we die and go to heaven to be with God, that we can be with God spiritually here and now. And so this was something different. So many Christians took the Wesley brothers' idea of this Christian perfectionism and they kind of ran with it. And so some good examples of what other Christians have done with it. One example would be that of Mary Baker Eddy. Here in American religious traditions, Mary Baker Eddy, she combined elements of Christian perfectionism with Hindu philosophy, as well as a medical theory that was very popular at the day called mesmerism, in which she used it to combine to create a new Christian tradition that we know today as the Christian Scientist movement or Christian Science movement. So, not to be confused with Scientology, but Christian Scientist movement. So, they're a little bit different. So, from Hinduism, Mary Baker Eddy taught that much of our world is in fact an illusion, this Hindu concept of Maya, especially, and that the world is this illusion, especially those elements that affect our mental capacity as well as our physical wellness, that these are actually illusions. That if we're sick, we have the sniffles, it's actually a psychological illusion. Mesmerism, this medical theory that was very popular in the late 18th century, early 19th century, Mary Baker Eddy taught that there exists an invisible force that is possessed by all living things that could have physical effects on an individual, as well as this force could be used as a sphere of influence. particularly healing oneself and your body, that you can use this external force that's both outside of you and inside of you to be manipulated and thus heal your body. And so, from Christian perfectionism or the holiness movement, Mary Becker Eddy took and taught that this natural force, this invisible natural force, came through Christ Jesus. And that through your faith in Christ, that this force can be controlled by your relationship and can be used to heal yourself. And the Bible is filled with these stories where Jesus uses miracles and powers and the stories of prophets and apostles using this power to heal or to affect nature itself. Walking on water, healing the leprosy, resurrecting somebody from the dead. She believed that this power could be passed on to us if we were able to practice it. So you can see she took some of these elements and ran away with it, but she combined it with other things. There's also another example of John Humphrey Knowles, Knowles being Noyes, Knowles, who, like Smith, is a contemporary of Joseph Smith, was alive in 1830, 1840, but was also from Western New York as well. Knowles believed that humans could achieve perfection in this life through religious conversions and believed that individuals could become sinless without sin through willpower. And so, because of this process, one could become quote unquote literal gods here on earth because of their perfection. They couldn't sin, they were perfect because of the power of the mind. And so Noels would go on to use this teaching about becoming gods here on earth to create his own religious movement known as the Oneida community, who we recognize as a religious cult because he also believed that everybody should live in communistic style communities. This is before communism, but it's similar to what Karl Marx taught. He also believed that everybody, what he called, should practice free love. And he believed that sexual orgasms were a way to communicate with God, and believed in what he called complex marriages, where couples would intermarry with each other and have sex with each other. Because again, there is no sin. Now, I just mentioned these few examples not to say that Mormonism is like these new religious movements in America that were developing all at the same time as the LDS movement, but rather Smith, like Mary Baker Eddy, and like John Humphrey Knowles, took ideas from the religious tradition or the Second Great Awakening that was going on in these religious traditions and ran with it. So he took ideas of the holiness movement and ran with it. So we keep all of this in mind as we progress in our lecture on Mormonism. So now let's dive deep more into Joseph Smith. So according to oh, come on. There we go. So according to Joseph Smith, around 1820, he began having religious experiences. More specifically, he started to receive visions, and these visions started to confuse him at first. Joseph Smith testified that while he had been praying as a youth in this wooded area near his home, that both God and Jesus themselves together appeared before him, and that they collectively told Joseph Smith, excuse me, that his sins were forgiven and that the Christian church had turned aside from the true gospel. Smith testifies that he recounted this experience, this religious experience that he had as a child, to his local Methodist minister, who quickly dismissed the event and told Joseph Smith that you're just fearful. And so Joseph Smith, out of fear, never acted on these visions for a while, but he kept having them. And that later on in 1823, Joseph Smith testifies that he received another vision, but this time an angel. An angel appeared before him, the angel's name being Moroni. And Joseph Smith claimed that Moroni revealed to him the location of a hidden book, a book that the angel himself had made of golden tablets, as well as revealed to him various artifacts from his culture of the time. A priestly breastplate that was worn by the priest that's mentioned in the Old Testament, as well as these set of seer stones, these seeing stones that were constructed to look like a pair of glasses. And all of these materials were buried in a hill near his home in western New York. And so the story goes is that for the next 4 years of his life, Joseph Smith searched for these artifacts and even testified that the angel Moroni a few times appeared to him and either helped him or prevented him from finding these artifacts until he would discover them in 1827. However, I do want to mention that now between the years of 1823 and 1827, Smith's family began facing financial hardships, and the family looked to supplement their farming income by hiring themselves out for a series of odd jobs. And for Joseph Smith, specifically, one of these odd jobs that he had and that he advertised himself as having was that of being a quote unquote treasure hunter. Smith claimed that he had a special pair of glasses, what he called seer stones, which allowed him to locate what he called lost and forgotten treasures of the Native Americans in Western New York. And at that time, there were a lot of Native Americans, the Iroquois Indians, living in Western New York. And so Joseph Smith advertised that, hey, I could be hired out in order to help you locate buried treasure on your property. And so that's what it appears Joseph Smith did for a time. And while we're not sure if Joseph Smith was ever successful in locating lost treasures, we do know that in 1826 he was brought to trial by a Josiah Stonewell or Stowell of Chiranoga County, New York, who previously had hired Smith in 1825 to find buried treasure on his properties, but Joseph Smith never found anything and just took his money. Josiah Stowell accused Smith of lying and swindling him out of a fortune of money. And we do have the court records from this case. And according to the court records, Stowell did bring as evidence a pair of looking glasses that he had taken from Smith and who Smith had said allowed him to see hidden treasures. But Stowell was able to demonstrate before the court that these were just a regular pair of glasses. However, despite Stowell's efforts and accusations against Joseph Smith, the court records and court proceedings here appear to be in conflict with one another. We have several different stories, and each story of the court records indicate various different verdicts on Joseph Smith. Some records indicate that an arrest warrant was issued for Joseph Smith. Others indicate that Smith was ordered to pay a small fine. Other records appear to be very inconclusive as what exactly was the verdict was, because we also have evidence of testimony of positive about Joseph Smith's claims that he was able to find treasures, but we had several negative ones. So we really don't know. But I bring this up because this seems to be a similar pattern that we also see with L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology. This troubled past with money and needing money. And we see shortly later a new religious movement emerges and is able to help make him successful. So many scholars and historians bring this episode up about Joseph Smith's life in order to raise doubts concerning what Joseph Smith claims to have found in 1826 or 1827, because he says that's when he found a pair of seeing stones. But we have court evidence and records that he had been using a pair of seer stones before, looking for lost treasures before he miraculously discovered some lost treasures. So many historians regard these religious visions and experiences and argue that they should be interpreted as just swindling attempts. However, I bring this up because I want to not only show you all the cards and lay all cards on the table about the LDS movement, but also to point out other things about religious movements as well. Some of the claims that are labeled about the Prophet Muhammad or about Jesus Christ, about Paul, or Siddhartha Gautama could also be said, could see parallels between him and Joseph Smith. But the hindsight that we have is what's our religious tradition? These same doubts and suspicions you have concerning Mormonism and Joseph Smith could also be said about your own religious traditions and beliefs. And so, whatever judgments you have about Joseph Smith and the early histories of the LDS movement should remind us of our own biases when we approach the subject of religion. So, I wanted to bring all of that out to point that one aspect. But however, we do know that sometime in 1826, we do know Joseph Smith kind of leaves Western New York and that he appears in Western Pennsylvania. He appears in a town called Harmony, where he takes up residency with the Hale family, Hale, the Hale family. And during this time is where he met a young woman named Emma Hale, who would eventually become his wife. Emma's father, Isaac, really didn't approve of Joseph Smith, nor approve of the relationship. We do have evidence that Isaac feared Joseph Smith and argued that he didn't have any money. And so that's why he didn't approve of the relationship, because Joseph Smith had, quote, no means to support my daughter. And he also argued that Joseph Smith appeared to be careless and not well educated. So he wanted something better for his daughter. But however, around January of 1827, Smith and Emma secretly eloped and got married and moved away to Manchester, New York, in Western New York. And so it was there around September 22nd, 1827, that in the company of his wife Emma, Joseph Smith finally discovered the golden plates that the angel Moroni foretold. According to Smith's testimony, the angel Moroni soon appeared to him and commanded him, or excuse me, not commanded him. What's the better word? Commend. Yeah, commend. Commend him on finding the golden plates. And he encouraged Joseph Smith to start translating the plates. But he also commanded Joseph Smith that he could not show them to anyone at all, that only Joseph Smith could see the golden plates, and that only Joseph Smith could translate the golden plates with using these seer stones. Smith also testified that the language of these golden texts appeared to be what he would call a reformed Egyptian like text, that it had hieroglyphics on it. But we don't know. These golden plates are lost forever, so we don't know. But Smith would state that he could translate them with the pair of seeing stones that he found accompanying the golden texts. And so in October of 1827, Smith encountered a friend named Martin Harris and his wife Lucy, who would initially function as the first scribe for Joseph Smith, that would write what Joseph Smith was translating from the golden text. And so the story goes that in order to review and translate the text, Smith would have to lock himself up in a room either above Martin Harris, and he would shout on the floor to Martin Harris below, who would translate, or he would be in the next room. And so Joseph Smith would just speak really loud in a loud voice from a locked door to Martin Harris, who was in the other room. And so Smith would lock himself in this room where he would be able to recover the golden texts in safety and read them using the pair of seeing stones. Martin would be in the next room and he would translate and transcribe what he heard Joseph Smith reading or stating. However, there did come a point in their relationship when Smith started to doubt Joseph Smith's claims about the golden tablet and wanting to see it. And how could he translate the text? And so some traditions indicate that Joseph Smith did give in and allow Martin Smith to see the golden text, the golden plates, to see the language. Other traditions say that Joseph Smith allowed him to take home the translations that they had been written and to compare it with other people. We don't know. But regardless, what we do know is around April of 1828 that Harris had lost over 116 pages of transcriptions that had been done from the revelations of Joseph Smith. And LDS traditions claim that Smith was outraged by this, but he saw it as a divine punishment because the angel Moroni told him never to share it with anybody. And so the angel, it's reported that Smith said that the angel Moroni reappeared to Joseph Smith, took back the golden plates from him, but he did leave the seer stones. And Joseph Smith was prevented from translating these texts again because he had nothing. But also during this time, this is when Joseph Smith lost his firstborn child that Emma had. And so he saw this as another sign of divine punishment for their actions. And so he quit translating for a time. We have reports that, they attended a Methodist church for a while, but they never felt really accepted. But sometime later, around September of 1828, Smith reports that the angel Moroni returns to him, but instead gives him a new set of golden plates, which allowed him to restart his translation. But he told him that the translation would be different from the first one. So we don't know if this is a little bit of nefarious act that Joseph Smith was able to make up new translations again by saying, hey, I recovered the text, but the angel told me this is going to be a different translation. So therefore, I'm going to have different words that I'm going to say. We really don't know at this point. But we do know that Smith would go on to employ somebody else to write his work. He first tried to employ his wife for a time as a scribe, but that never worked out. But later in April of 1829, he met Oliver Cowdery. Oliver Cowdery, who would become Smith's official scribe for a long period of time and really helped him to produce this period, what is known in Mormon traditions as kind of rapid fire translations. And so from April until June, they were translating night and day, writing out the text. And by the end of June, Smith and Crowley had a book, enough manuscripts to produce a book. They completed their transcriptions, and in March of 1830, Joseph Smith would officially publish what is known as the Book of Mormon. The story goes that upon the completion of the manuscript, both Smith and Cowdery baptized themselves as members of a brand new Christian denomination. And very quickly, this small branch of Mormons grew. And so let me transition to the next slide here. And we're going to talk about some more of the early years. And so this small denomination grew very fast in other Western New York established cities, in Manchester, Fayette, Colesville. And additionally, Smith dispatched missionaries of his new religious movement to start proselytizing their new faith among the Iroquois Indians as well. But as the new religious movement grew, others within the community began to claim that they too had received revelations. Scholars and historians speculate that these other claimants, people who were claiming to have other revelations, appeared to have jeopardized Smith's religious authority. So it's not surprising that very quickly Joseph Smith revealed that he received a revelation from God that which clarified his office, that he was to be the new prophet and apostle to this new religious tradition, and for further stated that only he had the ability to declare religious doctrine and the ability to interpret scripture or compose new scripture. And we'll see how this became a problem later on within the LDS movement as other denominations of Mormonism emerged after the death of Joseph Smith. Um, in the meantime, the publication of the Book of Mormon brought Smith not only regional notoriety, but it also renewed hostilities regarding Smith and the larger community of Western New York. Smith followers were threatened with mob violence, and Smith himself was arrested and charged with being a disorderly person. Although Smith was acquitted of the charge, both he and Crowdy decided that they should flee Western New York to escape more and more growing mob violences. And so Smith assigned Oliver the task of locating a new site of what Joseph Smith called New Jerusalem. But with growing opposition in Western New York, Smith announced that a revelation that his followers should start to migrate to Kirkland, Ohio, uh, and establish themselves a new community there until Oliver Crowley would return from his mission of discovering where is this New Jerusalem in the United States. Now, within Christianity, the concept of New Jerusalem holds various interpretations depending on the specific denomination and theological approach that one takes to the Bible or to Christian traditions. Generally, the interpretation concerning New Jerusalem draws heavily on the book of Revelation in the New Testament, in which New Jerusalem is described as this magnificent city that is filled with light and peace and God's presence that would come at the end of Christ's second return and would usher in a new millennial age where God would reign and fulfill all of his promises here on earth. Many modern Protestants interpret this New Jerusalem as really just a metaphor for salvation, or a metaphor concerning the effects of faith have on a person, a changed person, that they're a new creation, as Paul would say in the New Testament. But for Adventist Christians, New Jerusalem is a real place, and it will be reconstructed as a physical city from the biblical city of Jerusalem, as it was in the Old Testament, with a temple to God, a palace for the messianic king to be established here on earth after the second coming of Christ. That New Jerusalem would be the capital of a new Christendom and Christ's 1,000-year period of peace and righteousness, the millennia, before the final judgment of all mankind as foretold by the New Testament. And for restorationists, New Jerusalem refers to a metaphor regarding the restoration of creation as God intended before the fall of Adam and the fall of man in Genesis chapter 3. Instead of taking their cue from the New Testament, restorations look to the prophet Ezekiel in the Old Testament, who saw a vision of a new temple and a new Jerusalem being restored as God had intended before the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians in 587 or 586, depending on which calendar you look at. Restorationists believe that the new Jerusalem, or sometimes you'll see this language of New Zion, can be physically established among the community itself here and now. And it's alluded to from the Lord's Prayer, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Meaning that this new Jerusalem, this new Zion, isn't refers to an all-encompassing lifestyle and an all-encompassing community that can be established here and now. It's not this futuristic event that we're looking for and waiting for, but it's something that physically can happen. But for the LDS Church, the concept of a physical and symbolic New Jerusalem and New Zion are intertwined, but both hold distinct meanings and significance. Mormons do not expect to physically build the New Jerusalem on earth, but rather that it's more of a symbolic vision of their ultimate destination and their reward of living faithfully. That New Jerusalem represents this kind of celestial city that the eternal dwelling place of God and the righteous will have after the resurrection. So think of heaven as this new Jerusalem. But New Zion, however, does refer to a physical place and physical city on earth for the LDS Church. And it can be established as a gathering place for the righteous before Jesus comes. And so the essence of New Zion lies in righteous communities where God's law is followed and peace reigns. And so Mormons can strive to build this Zion and build upon Zion principles like unity, cooperation, service in their lives and in their communities actively today. So they're combining certain elements. And that's what they talk about of a new Jerusalem, a new Zion that can be discovered in the American frontier. So by the end of 1831, Smith and his followers had completed their move to Ohio and had swelled their membership, some reports to around 2,000 members, if not 1,500 members of their church. But violence continued to follow Smith. It follows Smith's community in Ohio. As in 1832, Smith found himself attacked by an angry mob, beaten unconsciously, and publicly tarred and feathered as a sign of public humiliation. Smith started to contemplate ways in which he could protect his people and himself from violence. And so it was during this time that, thankfully, Crawley had returned and indicated that he believed he found this new Zion here on earth, and that New Zion, or this New Jerusalem, actually was in Jackson County, Missouri, the modern day city of Kansas City, Missouri, or the city of Independence, Missouri at this time. And so the Mormon community began to migrate themselves once again from Ohio to Missouri for safety, but many followers, including Smith himself, elected to stay in Ohio. But violence again against the early LDS Church followed again and followed them to Missouri. So in turn, Smith elected to create this kind of paramilitary group among many of the loyalist members of the LDS community that would serve as an armed militia that would go and protect the LDS community, but also project imitation or intimidation towards non-Mormons to attack them. And so in the summer of 1834, Smith led this kind of military expedition to Missouri known as the Zion Camp. But the expedition was largely a failure. Yet it would be a forerunner for later paramilitary activities of the Mormon Church, both in Illinois and in Utah, that we'll discuss later. But while in Ohio, Smith did have some success. And so in 1836, Smith did construct the very first Mormon temple in Kirkland, Ohio. And so, very quickly, what's a Mormon temple? A Mormon temple is a dedicated building within the LDS movement that is reserved for special practices and rituals that is excluded to non Mormons. And so, note that a Mormon temple differs from a Mormon church, which is used for weekly worship services. A Mormon temple has different functionalities altogether. The Mormon temple is dedicated to performing special rituals, special ceremonies, or what the Mormon church calls special ordinances. And that these ceremonies, these ordinances, are considered essential for their salvation and essential to them having eternal life. And so some of these practices include that of baptism for the dead, endowment ceremonies, we'll talk about more later, as well as sealing ceremonies or special marriage ceremonies within the Mormon church. All of this we'll discuss later, but I wanted to bring that up here. Um, in July of 1837, Smith created the Kirkland Safety Society Bank, basically this joint stock company that people would, kind of function as a quasi bank where people would put in money into this. This was a lump sum money that he would then distribute out for loans and stuff like that. So think of if you've seen It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart, the bank that he runs, it's not really a bank, but it's a stock company that he's able to loan money out to people that everybody puts their money in a collective pot, and then thus the bank is able to loan out money because they have a large collective pot for everybody at no interest rates. So it's a popular idea to grow the community on a small level, but however, that um, Smith's idea ended up bankrupting everybody and getting him into a lot of trouble with debt collectors, which also forced Joseph Smith and the Mormons to leave Ohio. And uh, I guess I do want to mention this here as well. Right before leaving Ohio, there was a big internal dispute between Joseph Smith and some other followers. That Joseph Smith was accused of engaging in sexual relationships with teenagers. There was an episode where he was confronted by one of his members privately, who accused Smith of having this sexual affair. Smith denied the accusations and would excommunicate anybody that brought this up. Um, uh, and one of the guys, I think, was Sidney. His name was Sidney Rigdon, who was a famous preacher at the time, who converted to the Mormon faith. And when Sidney Rigdon approached Joseph Smith about this episode, Smith had excommunicated him. And what do good people when they're excommunicated or kicked out officially from a church? What do? They go and find or establish another church, and that's what Sidney Rigdon did. Is that he went and established another LDS church within Western Pennsylvania that still exists today. But anyhow, I do want to mention that violence and conflict continued, and so it forced the eldest community to relocate to western Missouri. But the political and religious differences between Mormons and non Mormons in Missouri uh, provoked tensions between the two groups. And so on August 6th, uh, August 6th of 1838, non-Mormons in Gallatin, Missouri, tried to prevent Mormons from voting in public elections there. And a scuffle, a big fight had ensued on election day, which did spill over into what is known as the Mormon Missouri War. And so this really wasn't a war, but it's called a war because it did involve state officials. It did involve, kind of a civil war type experience where you had non-Mormon vigilantes who were raiding and burning Mormon farms, and you had Mormon militia groups who were organizing themselves and pillaging non-Mormon towns and farms. And so it was a little small scuffle that went back and forth, back and forth. But however, the conflict did take a turn for the worse when at the Battle of Crooked River in October of 1838. When a group of Mormons attacked state of Missouri officials and law officers who had mistakenly believed that they were an anti-Mormon vigilantes. And so, consequently, the governor of Missouri issued what was known as Missouri executive. Not why can I not say it? Executive. Yes, Missouri Executive Order 44, which ordered Mormons to quote be exterminated or driven out of the state. And so in October of 1838, I think October 30th, 1838, a party of Missouri non-Mormon supporters ambushed and brutally murdered several Mormon settlers, most of them who were women and children. And within the Mormon church, this is a drastic event. It's known as Hans Mills Massacre. This event is very important within Mormon community, Mormon history, and all of the victims of this event are seen as martyrs to the faith and is evidence for many Mormons of the continual hatred that many Americans had against the LDS community, or the continued persecutions that Mormons face in America. The following day, Joseph Smith and his Mormon militia of around 2,500 men surrendered instead of fighting. They surrendered to the state of Missouri, and Smith was immediately brought before a military court and accused of treason and was sentenced to be executed the next morning. However, the commanding officer at the time, Alexander Donphan, who was also a state attorney, was very sympathetic to the Mormon cause and to Joseph Smith, and actually refused to carry out the execution order. Instead, he had Smith transferred to another part of the state. Another part of the state where he would await and have a fair trial. And it was while in prison that eyewitnesses recount that Joseph Smith really behaved like an Old Testament prophet, like a Stoic philosopher. He began to write, he began to encourage his followers not to take violence, not to be ill willed towards non Mormons and their neighbors, and he directed many of the Mormons to start keeping personal diaries and to write down the stories of their faith and their struggle in their journey as Mormons here in this new country. Joseph Smith famously wrote that the keys of the kingdom have not been taken away from us, which had become a very powerful Mormon prayer and chant and anthem, as well as a source of comfort for many Mormons who pray that same prayer anytime they face trial and tribulation. Smith would go on to implore his community to not look upon him as a failed prophet, or even if he dies as well, and not to take vengeance for his death. He argued that the LDS community was no longer a political threat, and that actually became true because of his actions in prison. And so once the LDS community weren't seen as a threat, the state of Missouri realized that Mormons could actually behave and could hardly be classified as treasonous people, and thus proceeded to delay Smith's execution and organized a true fair trial for Joseph Smith, in which testimonies for and against Joseph Smith were to be publicly heard, and they were to be publicly published in American newspapers at the time. And the trial actually painted Joseph Smith in a fair light, but painted the state of Missouri in a very poor light, both locally and nationally. However, during his trial, around April 6th of 1839, Smith and some of his companions who were put on trial were able to escape custody in Missouri and flee out of state. And so this would take us to our next transition in the early days of the Mormon Church concerning their years in Illinois. And so during the trial, many state officials in the neighboring state of Illinois heard about the atrocities that were being committed against the Mormon community by the state of Missouri, and many within the state of Illinois began to offer Mormon sanctuary within their state to help them fill the population of their state. That if they would come, that they would agree that they would allow them to settle in parts of Illinois, but in the parts that were currently uninhabited. So in the far western reaches of Illinois, along the river Mississippi. Many Mormons agreed and took up the deal that the state of Illinois was offering, and they began to migrate to Illinois, including the recently escaped Joseph Smith. While in Illinois, Smith attempted to portray the Mormons as an oppressed minority people in America that only wanted to celebrate their religious freedom. And so he began to formally petition both the federal government and state governments for help in obtaining reparations. However, these efforts all failed, but it did garner the attention of one state of Illinois official, John C. Bennett, who converted to Mormonism and used his influence within the state to allow the LDS community to receive a new charter to establish a new city just for the Mormons. That city would be known as Nauvoo, Illinois, and it was established in April of 1840. That the city was going to be completely controlled by Mormons and be kind of run only for Mormons and created only for Mormons, run by Mormons. The mayor was going to be Mormons. The city council was going to be Mormons. All the city services was going to be operated by the church, but it did allow for non-Mormons to come in as well. The charter that was given by the state of Illinois recognized the right of religious freedom for all inhabitants, both Mormon and non-Mormons. It also prevented citizens of the city of Nauvoo from being extradited to any other state, meaning Smith was protected from the state of Missouri, who did have a trial going on for Joseph Smith. So the trial was now closed. The charter also allowed Smith to create a specialized army, paramilitary group that was known as the Nauvoo Legion. And so this paramilitary group was going to compose about 2,500 men. I think it grew as large as 5,000 men at one point, um, whose actions were limited to only protecting the citizens of Nauvoo from persecution and violence. But the Nauvoo army was also supposed to be incorporated within the state's larger state militia, and answerable to the governor of Illinois' authority, but that authority was never really recognized. They only answered to Joseph Smith and the leadership of Joseph Smith. So he had his own army, but he didn't really have to use it. But at Nauvoo, it does seem that the LDS community, for a time, found their new Zion here in the United States. The early years of Nauvoo were very, very successful for the LDS community, but it was also a period of doctrinal innovations for the community and for Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith introduced prominent Mormon doctrines such as baptism for the dead, holy orders, and endowment, all those that we'll talk about later. Smith also constructed a temple in Nauvoo, and you see a picture of it here. That you can see Joseph Smith with the sword. He's dressed as a military commander. He's leading his army of the Nauvoo legions, but you can see in the background that white building is the famous Nauvoo temple that was burnt down at one time, but has since been reconstructed, so you can go back and see it as it was. And he also incorporated a lot of ceremonies and rituals that he borrowed from the Freemasons, or Masons, who are kind of this semi-religious fraternity order, that he did borrow a lot of traditions and designs. Like if you ever go inside a Freemason temple and you go inside the Mormon temple, they're designed exactly the same. That's because Joseph Smith just borrowed a lot of traditions from the Freemasons traditions. And a lot of Mormons are also Freemasons as well because of that. Joseph Smith was a Mason as well. Joseph Smith also sent Brigham Young and other missionaries to Europe in order to start converting people and helping them migrate to the United States as well, to help grew their numbers. And in the summer of 1842, Smith revealed a plan to the LDS community where he would eventually establish a millennial kingdom of God here on earth, and that he would thus establish a theocratic rule of the United States in which the LDS Church would rule everything under God's leadership and would subsequently rule the earth as well. But the first phase of this plan would be that he would need to run and win for the presidential election in 1844. And in fact, Joseph Smith did run for president in the 1844 presidential campaign. He didn't get many votes, but he did run. However, it was around this time that Joseph Smith began secretly marrying additional wives and practicing what is called plural marriages within Mormonism, but you'll also see the term polygamy being used by non-Mormons. On July 12th of 1843, Smith dictated and recorded what he received as a revelation from God himself, describing the theological and purpose of plural marriages, and that he related it to the biblical portraits of plural marriages by various Old Testament patriarchs, such as Abraham, Esau, and Jacob, who all had multiple wives. According to Mormon histories, Smith introduced this new doctrine of plural marriages only to a few of his closest associates, that he didn't reveal it to the entire church in general because he already knew that the entire church did not approve We're not sure. Excuse me, we're not sure, but however, we do know that only close associates did know about it and practice it, and pretty much of the leadership of the LDS Church in the early days practiced plural marriages. One of those associates who braced this new teaching the most was that same John Bennett, who used it really as an excuse to have extramarital affairs with various young women within the community. Rumors began to circulate around the community about Bennett and his several illicit affairs, and Bennett justified his affairs by saying, hey, this is something Joseph Smith has foretold and has given a revelation about, which caused chaos within the Mormon community. Smith forced Bennett, who at the time was mayor of the city of Nauvoo, to resign from his position and excommunicated from the LDS Church as well, in order to kind of silence him and to keep their secret actions quiet. But in response, Bennett began to publish, he began to publish uh, various accusations in the local newspaper about Smith and about the leadership, and that they had in publicly admitting that they were practicing polygamy and that it was being performed by the LDS Church. Bennett actually indicated that Smith himself had multiple unnamed wives. Bennett reporting had caused significant division within the community, who began to openly question Smith's leadership and the natures of his revelations. So things started to change. To further complicate things for Smith and the LDS community, in May of 1842, an unknown assailant failed to assassinate the former governor of Missouri, Lilburn Boggs, who had played a key role in the 1838 Missouri Mormon War. He was the governor who issued the Executive Order 44 to kill all Mormons. Although Boggs was severely wounded, he didn't die from the assassination attempt. Instead, Boggs received evidence from John Bennett himself, who testified that he had direct knowledge of the assassination attempt and that it was actually planned out by Joseph Smith and carried out by Joseph Smith's personal bodyguard, Porter Rockwell. All historical evidence seemed to indicate that Bennett's story is true. However, LDS records deny it, and court records seem to indicate serious doubts as to Smith's involvement. However, again, there are personal testimonies by other people who have left the LDS Church by that time who knew Joseph Smith or who knew Brigham Young, who all confessed that yes, they had attempted to assassinate him. But again, we don't know. On July 20th of 1842, the current governor of Missouri, Thomas Reynolds, requested that Joseph Smith surrender and deliver himself to the governor of Illinois, and the governor of Illinois issued an arrest warrant for Joseph Smith and for Porter Rockwell. Both men initially went into hiding for some time until Smith finally turned himself in December of 1842. A trial was held on January of 1843, and Smith was defended by U.S. District Attorney, and all charges of assassination and of violence and stuff against Smith were acquitted during the trial. But the damage was kind of done. By early 1844, the rift between Smith and many associates within the LDS community, particularly William Law and Robert Foster, was irreparable. And those two men would go on to establish their own Mormon denomination later. But both men sought to expose Smith's public practices of polygamy. Well, let me rephrase that. Both men sought to disclose Smith's private practice of polygamy publicly and accused Smith of having sex with their wives. In turn, Smith had Law and Foster excommunicated from the LDS community. But by June of 1844, many Mormons started to publicly dissent from Smith's leadership, and they actually published the first and only issue of the Nauvoo Expository newspaper, which called for the reform of the Mormon Church and also appealed to non-Mormons to take public actions politically against the LDS community. The expositor reported publicly that Smith had practiced polygamy since Ohio, and that they had concrete evidence that Smith currently had 8 wives, and that those 8 wives were also married to other men within the LDS community. Additionally, the newspaper confirmed that Smith had sexual relations with at least one woman who had fathered several children for Joseph Smith outside of his marriage with Emma Hall and their children. And finally, the newspaper gave details of new revelations that Smith reported that he argued um, God of the Bible was once a human, and that he had an unnamed wife who gave birth to Jesus, and who also subsequently gave birth to all humans on earth. And Smith would go on to teach this, that humans themselves can become gods and produce their own humanities and produce their own earth after they die and go to heaven. All of this started a riot within the community. And so, in response to this public nuisance, Smith declared the newspaper a public enemy, and he ordered that the Nauvoo Legion would destroy the printing press and confiscate all newspapers. The destruction of the newspaper provoked strident calls for arms from both dissenters within the Mormon community as well as non-Mormons in neighboring cities outside of Nauvoo. Fearing mob violence, Smith mobilized the Nauvoo Legion of about 5,000 men at this time, and declared martial law on the city in June 18 of 1844. The governor of Illinois took this as a threat of war and threatened to raise his own military, arm the state militia, unless Smith and Nauvoo would surrender itself to the state of Illinois. On June 25th, Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram, as well as 15 other prominent leaders of the LDS community, did agree to surrender, that they went to the next neighboring town of Carthage, Illinois, and surrendered to the police there and agreed to stand trial for their actions. However, before the trial could occur, a mob of about 200 men who painted their face black with gunpowder stormed the city of Carthage and stormed the jailhouse on June 27th. The story goes that initially the mob attempted to break down the barricaded door of the jailhouse where Smith and 3 other men were being held, and they ended up starting to fire their guns at the door and through the door, which killed Joseph Smith's brother Hiram. The story goes that Joseph Smith was able to open the door and fire, that he had a concealed handgun with him, and killing 3 of the armed men before deciding to flee. And that after using up all of his shots and his pistols, Joseph Smith made his way towards the window and was preparing to jump out of the window. But it was there that it was reported that Joseph Smith was shot twice in the back and that he fell out from the window. Eyewitnesses' accounts state that Joseph Smith was still alive when members of the mob found him outside the window, that they propped his body up against a well, and they assembled a makeshift firing squad, and they executed him by firing squad. Another account states that one man tried to decapitate Smith with a knife, take his head from his body, for a bounty that was being issued in Missouri, but he was prevented by an angel who had appeared from heaven. So we don't know if that story is true or not. There's another account that indicates that when after the mob had shot Smith and killed him, that they were going to plunder his body. But however, a great lightning storm erupted and lightning struck all around Joseph Smith, and that scared the people, who instead shot Smith to kill him and just left him for dead. Again, we don't know what the true story is. But probably that first story is probably true. That he, made some attempts. The attempt to escape, but his escape was thwarted by the mob. Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram, their bodies were returned to Nauvoo the next day, and their bodies were cleaned and examined, and death masks were made of them. You can actually Google the death mask of Joseph Smith and see what he looked like. Um, and he had a public funeral on June 29th, and his bodies were buried there in Nauvoo. And that's where you can go to Nauvoo, Illinois today, and you'll still see the tombs of both Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram. And so that ends the life of Joseph Smith. But the story of the Mormon community does continue. And so, in the months following Joseph Smith's murder, it was not immediately clear who would succeed the leadership of the church. Smith's brothers were dead, and his sons at the time, through his marriage with Emma, were too young to be nominated as successors, and Emma herself was never truly considered as a successor to the prophet, as their relationship by this time had already been estranged. Thus, four principal candidates did appear that could succeed Smith, and they were identified as Sidney Rigdon, who had been an original leader of the movement, William Marks, who had been with Joseph Smith since Kirkland, Ohio, Brigham Young, who had been with Joseph Smith since Western New York, and who was kind of Joseph Smith's right-hand man at one time, and James Strange, who was a recently new convert, but a very prominent convert in Illinois. Well, despite the vocal support offered by Emma Hale, William Marks quickly, gave way to other people. He actually voted for Sidney Rigdon. Now, Sidney was already a leader of a religious movement prior to Joseph Smith and converting to Mormonism, so he had experience with leading a church. Rigdon argued that he should be made, quote, guardian of the LDS Church. And James Strange, he actually produced a letter that he said was written by Joseph Smith. This letter, that's a part of Mormon tradition known as the Letter of Appointment, what was supposedly had been written by Joseph Smith before he died, states that it appoints Strange to be the next successor of Joseph Smith as the church president, and that Strange also claimed that he was visited by an angel who had ordained him as the next leader of the church. However, this letter is largely believed to be a forgery by James Strange, so it's not accepted by the community. Brigham Young stood out. Brigham Young argued that without Joseph Smith, there was no presiding authority higher than the already existing quorum of the 12, which is the next line of leadership beneath the president of the LDS community. And since the LDS community already had this established rule, and Joseph Smith had not made clear who was to be his successor, Brigham Young suggested that the 12 should actually be considered the presiding authority of the LDS community. And the LDS community really liked Brigham Young, and they supported his proposal, giving the presiding power to the Quorum of 12. Rigdon was very upset about this decision and went on to establish his own LDS community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, known as the Rigdonites. Very quickly, this denomination of LDS Christians actually still exists. They're known as the Church of Christ of the Children of Zion, or just better, Rigdonites, and that they believe that Sidney Rigdon, is the rightful successor of Joseph Smith, and they reject much of Joseph Smith's latter teachings from when the community moved to Nauvoo, and they only see the Christian Bible and the Book of Mormon as the only authoritative scriptures of their movement. They don't practice polygamy, they don't practice sealing rituals or endowment rituals. They don't do baptism for the dead. They're very much as a Protestant group, but they do hold some Mormon traditions. Likewise, James Sting, was upset, and he left too. He left Nauvoo with several supporters, and he established his own Mormon colony up in upstate Michigan. And like Ragnar, Strang led his denomination of Mormonism, which held very different views than the rest of the LDS Church. He rejected Mormon teachings about the Trinity. He rejected the idea that humans can become gods that Joseph Smith believed in. He believed that the Sabbath shouldn't be on Sunday, but actually should be on Saturday. And he believed that Christians should continue and revitalize animal sacrifices. And so these groups of Mormons actually practiced animal sacrifice. However, the movement died when Estrange was assassinated in 1856. So back to the other majority of Mormons. Meanwhile, the conflict between Mormons and non-Mormons continued to escalate following Joseph Smith's death, and what is sometimes known as the Mormon War in Illinois, or the Nauvoo War in Illinois. Mormons in outlying areas were driven from their homes by angry mobs and were subjected to mob violence by lots of non-Mormons. And so Mormons began to gather in the city of Nauvoo for protection, and the city swelled to a population of 15,000 people, and at one point was the largest city in Illinois at the time. Had a larger population than the city of Chicago at one time. The only armed conflict of this war came in September of 1846, where remaining members of the Nauvoo Legion did not leave the city of Nauvoo, refused to surrender their arms, and record says that between either 150 to 1,000 Mormons died at the Battle of Nauvoo. Reports are very inaccurate, but we're not sure. But that's the only armed conflict, but it happened very late in the conflict. But however, in January of 1845, the state of Illinois legislation voted to revoke much of Nauvoo's charter, declared the city government to be illegal, its city laws illegal, and thus state agencies began to work to actively dismantle the city of Nauvoo's governance at the time. And by the end of the year, in 1845, it became very clear to Mormon leadership that no peace was actually possible with the state of Illinois. And so Young and the Quorum of 12 negotiated a truce with the state of Illinois, in which the LDS community would abandon the city and would actively leave the state of Illinois. And so during the winter of 1845 to 1846 saw an enormous preparation of what becomes known as the Mormon Exodus, where LDS communities would migrate themselves to the American frontier of the Wild Wild West. Young and the Mormon leadership at the time reasoned that in order for them to truly be safe, that they needed to migrate to non-American, non-United States controlled territory and establish their own colony and state government in the unclaimed territories of the American West. They reasoned that if the United States was hostile to the Mormon community, maybe the Mexican government would be less so hostile. So, in turn, Young called forth the Mormon community and relayed his God inspired vision that the Mormons were to resettle in Mexican controlled territory of the American West. And so it was agreed upon, and the Mormon community left Nauvoo and agreed to make camp in the Nebraska territory of the winter of 1846 and 1847. And these Mormon migrants became known in Mormon history as pioneers. And within LDS traditions, they are celebrated like the ancient Israelites who left Egypt, who sojourned in the deserts for 40 years on their way to the promised land of Palestine in the Hebrew Bible. But it is important to note that not all Mormons agreed to Young's plans, including Joseph Smith's wife, Emma Hale. Emma's relationship with the Mormon leadership had deteriorated pretty badly, and she refused to leave the city. She refused to leave her children with a small contingent of Mormons who had actively disagreed with the current leadership, especially with their practices of polygamy. Those Mormons who stayed with Emma and stayed in Nauvoo would largely reconstitute themselves into a new denomination within Mormonism in 1860, known as the Reorganized LDS Church, or sometimes just referred to as RLDS. Now, this denomination, the RLDS, is the second largest denomination of Mormons today. There are the LDS Church and then the RDLS Church. And so it is. They believed that the succession of the prophet or the presidency of the LDS Church is through a lineage succession, and it should be through the family of Joseph Smith, and that its first leader is Joseph Smith, and so the next leader of the church should be his firstborn son, Joseph Smith III. Emma's Hale's eldest son, who was too young at the time to take leadership, but eventually did. The RLDS Church had always opposed the LDS teaching on plural marriages and has always sought to give greater authority to women within the church. It actually now, since 1984, allows women to become members of the Mormon priesthood, which is something quite different from Catholic priesthood, but we'll talk about that later. But within the Mormon community, only white males can achieve priesthood within their community. Now African Americans can as well, but for a long time it was only white males, but now other races can, but it's still very much a male dominated religion. However, the RLDS church is very strong and pro women, and it's actually now currently dominated leadership wise by women. The RLDS Church would eventually be headquartered in Independence, Missouri, where it still is today, which is around the greater Salt Lake or greater Kansas City area versus the greater Salt Lake City, where the main LDS community and headquarters is located today. Now, back to our story. Um, However, as the majority of Mormons began to migrate to the western frontier, unfortunately, the American-Mexican War broke out in 1846, and the United States Army quickly seized the Alta California territory that's where the Mormon community was trying to head. And so the Alta California territory consists of modern day states of California, but also Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah. And so now that their plan had changed, Young was very resourceful in that he immediately began sending Mormon delegations to Washington, D.C. to negotiate with President James Polk and requesting that the community be resettled in the newly annexed Utah territory that was taken from the Alta California annexation by the U.S. Army during the Mexican American War. President Polk liked this idea. He liked the idea of Mormons acting as a buffer state between the Mexican army, as well as the Native Americans, and the rest of the United States. So he agreed and allowed it to happen. And so Young traveled ahead with a small group of Mormons into Utah looking for a new place to resettle the whole Mormon community. And so the tradition goes that by July of 1847, that Young had entered into Salt Lake Valley and expressing a great deal of satisfaction at the appearance of what he saw, stating in his journals that he believed, quote, this was the right place, and claimed it for the Mormon community. He had quickly established the city of Great Salt Lake, which now is Salt Lake, just simply Salt Lake City, and began organizing a planned city for implementing for the incoming Mormon settlers that would arrive. And he also built a brand new Mormon temple. By August, Young had reorganized a party to go back to Nebraska and to lead the remaining Mormon community to their new homeland in Utah. And so by December of 1847, more than 2,000 Mormons had completed their journey to Salt Lake. And so now had established themselves a new religious community. And after 3 years of leading the LDS community as president of the Quorum of 12, Brigham Young uh, was appointed as the next or the second president of the LDS Church, and so he became the next leader by default because of all the leadership that he had done. He had really become a new Moses-like figure for the community. So now that leads us to talking about who was Brigham Young. So Brigham Young is really the longest serving president of the LDS Church to date, serving around 29 years. And he was very successful in growing the LDS movement in America. And perhaps he's even more successful than Joseph Smith ever was. And so he's really seen as a Moses-like figure within the Mormon community. In addition to his leadership of the LDS Church, Brigham Young also served as the first governor of Utah. At that time, the Utah Territory. The Utah Territory was created by U.S. Congress as part of the Compromise of 1850, where, well, we won't go into that, but Compromise of 1850. And Young was appointed the governor by President Millard Fillmore in 1851. During his time as governor, Young was very successful. He directed the establishment of American and Mormon settlements throughout present day Utah, Idaho, Arizona, Nevada, California, parts of Colorado, parts of Mexico, even, and helping to establish American civilizations in the West. Under his direction, the Mormons built railroads, built bridges, built forts, built irrigation projects, and established public welfare systems. Young was also one of the first to recognize the future of the railroad across, linking the railroads from across country, a transcontinental railroad. And he actually was one of the first to buy stocks in the Union Pacific Railroad Company and help bring their plan to fruition of having a railroad crossing the entire United States. He also authorized the construction of the Utah Central Railroad, which would connect Salt Lake City to the Transcontinental Railroad that was being constructed. And so, I think famously, Promontory Point, Utah, is where the two lines were met eventually. And so, Young was a big believer in technology and helping to connect the American West with the rest of America. He also organized the first Utah Territory legislation. He established the capital of the Utah Territory in Fillmore, Utah, naming it after the president, Millard Fillmore, until it was relocated later to Salt Lake City once it became a state. In 1849, Young established a gold mint where he arranged for the printing, and he also established a printing press that would print newspapers there, known as the Desert News, which is still in existence today. What else did he do? Oh, yeah, in 1850, Young established the first university in the American West Territory. At that time, it was known as the University of the Desert, but has since changed its name to the University of Utah, which still is in existence today. And finally, Young was also instrumental in developing a very effective mail service known as the Brigham Young Express and Carry Company, which would utilize horses to transport mail very fast to passengers across, or to carry mail, with horses across the American West, which was one of the, part of the Pony Express system as well from American history. So again, very successful person. However, he did do a lot of bad things. With all these great accomplishments, there was a lot of bad things that he did as well. In 1849, Brigham Young issued a extermination order, a selective extermination order against the native Indians there in Utah after a group of Mormons accused them of stealing cattle, while the Tipacongas Indians accused the Mormons of invading their lands. The executive order to allow for the Mormon community to take quote unquote measures that would, excuse me, take measures that would put a final end to the natives and their future. Young organized a military militia group and ordered them to construct forts, particularly Fort Utah, on sacred Indian lands. And he actively started to dam up some of the rivers in order to starve the Indian community to death along the Provo River. So he did a lot of bad things to the Native Americans. He also supported slavery, and encouraged its expansion into Utah, into the American West. He led efforts to legalize and regulate slavery by issuing in 1852 the Act in Relation to Service, which legalized slavery, and according to the passage of the legislation, that Young says, quote, "In as much as we believe the Bible, we believe in slavery. This colored race has been subjected to severe curses, which they themselves have brought upon them." So Young believed that slavery was a divine institution and that it should not be abolished, and so he worked to actively bring slavery into Utah. Now, when we think of slavery in the United States, we typically think of African Americans being placed in bondage and forcing them to work hard labor. But in Utah, there weren't many African Americans. Instead, Utah slavers or settlers began to enslave Native Americans. Native American populations are Native Mexican populations that had lived there when it was a Mexican territory. And so we have records of that, and we have statements of that from Young himself in 1851, where he encouraged the people of Utah to buy up what he called Lamanite children, and we'll talk later about who are the Lamanites. But this means to buy up Native American children as fast as they could, and to bind them up as fast as they could, meaning put them in slaves. In 1857, U.S. Representative Justin Morrell actually traveled to the Utah Territory and reported back seeing, quote, around 800 Native Americans serving as slaves in Utah. He also reported that estimates would be higher in Utah of slave reports, but many of them went unrecorded because of the high mortality rate among the slaves in Utah. However, it should not be forgotten that African American slavery did exist in Utah as well, but it's not highly reported. We do know that Brigham Young himself had 3 African American slaves, and there are reports of black slaves being part of the Mormon migration to Utah. However, we don't have exact numbers, nor do we have exact stories from these enslaved African Americans. We know more about the Native Americans that were being enslaved under Brigham Young's leadership. And on in June of 1862, President Lincoln did sign legislation into law that outlawed slavery in all territories, which outlawed slavery in Utah as well. But the last, I think, of the great atrocities committed by Brigham Young and his governorship of Utah was his military conflict with the United States. Again, we see another evidence of Mormons going to war or the United States going to war with Mormons. The Utah War was an armed confrontation between Mormon settlers in Utah and armed soldiers of the U.S. government. The conflict lasted between May of 1857 and 1858. Now, the reasons for the conflict with the United States was multifaceted. Number one is that the conflict between Mormons and non-Mormons regarding the governance of Utah. In 1851, many elected officials in the Utah Territory government took issues concerning the region was being run too much by the LDS Church, and that much of its laws favored Mormons instead of non-Mormons. One example was that all justice and courts within the territory were to be conducted inside LDS churches, and that the courts were to be presided over by LDS church ministers rather than judges. And when Utah had become a kind of theodemocratic state, according to Brigham Young's wishes, this was very problematic for everybody. all parties of the United States government were greatly troubled at how the LDS community was taking over much of the American West. So the federal government started to act more aggressively towards the population in Utah, appointing various governmental positions in order them to be filled by non-Mormons, in order them to ignore Mormon traditions. So it caused conflict. Number two, slavery. Slavery was another issue for the Utah War. Now, again, in order for Utah to be a territory, this was a part of the United States. And, well, yeah, to be a for Utah to be a part of the United States, it came into existence as a free territory where slavery was not to exist. It was part of the compromise so that when Texas became a state and Oklahoma became a state, it was allowed to have slaves. But Utah and California were not allowed to have slaves at the time. And so they wanted to keep the balance inside the government. So it's again part of the 1850 compromise. However, as we know now, local Mormon leadership favored slavery and actively promoted it. Thus, to maintain the balance of slave states versus free states in the Congress, Utah needed to remain a free state. And so, this is another reason why the United States wanted to go to war with the Mormon church. Number three, polygamy. Polygamy, it refers to the practice of having multiple spouses at the same time. The Mormon Church calls it plural marriages. Many people call it polygamy. Sometimes during this time, you'll hear it called bilygamy as another term, or bigamy as another term. But polygamy is the right, is what I will say. During this period of time, the leadership of the LDS Church supported polygamy, supported plural marriages. And it's estimated that anywhere between 25 to 30% of all Mormons were polygamous. So it wasn't universally practiced, but it was still being practiced by a significant minority, but a powerful minority within the LDS community. But it was during the 1856 presidential election that polygamy became a political platform, a key political platform between the two parties that were fighting for governorship of the United States. The newly created Republican Party at the time, the GOP, the current GOP as we know it today, actually wanted to outlaw the practice of polygamy in the United States. At the time, the current Democratic Party wanted to allow for popular sovereignty, meaning that they were willing to accept polygamy in Utah by default because they wanted slavery. However, things changed when the leading Democratic candidate, Stephen A. Douglas, who was formerly an ally of the LDS community in Illinois, began to publicly denounce Mormonism in order to save his concept of popular sovereignty when it came to the issue of slavery. And so now you have both political parties actively wanting to outlaw polygamy. So, out of fear of U.S. interventions, the Mormon community began to actively build up an army and began arming people with rifles and guns and began building forts and building defensive positions to prevent the U.S. government from controlling Utah. So, in response to this activity, President James Buchanan, a Democrat, but at the time, President James Buchanan appointed Albert Sidney Johnston in 1857 to lead the Utah Expeditionary Force of over 3,000 soldiers to go into Utah and formally put down a Mormon rebellion. and to restore order. While the war had no notable military battles, the Mormon militias was very successful in consistently blocking every entrance into all the various mountain passages into Utah, thus keeping the U.S. Army out of Utah permanently throughout the war. However, there was one major incident that bears talking about where Mormons did perpetuate a significant amount of violence and brutality. And so it's known in U.S. history as the Mountain Meadow Massacre, where 120 armed citizens were brutally murdered by Mormons. These were just travelers from Arkansas who were trying to travel to California to settle, but the Mormon community thought they were soldiers and so thus killed them all. And what made it worse is that the LDS community actively covered up the murders and accused the Native American tribes of actually killing and massacring these American settlers that were coming in to the community. And so that's about the only real true incidents that happened in the Utah War was that Mormon communities were attacking settlers and settlers were attacking Mormons, but it never was a military conflict. But there were a lot of deaths, unfortunately, because it was by mistakes. The LDS community was just afraid and thinking spies were everywhere. So if they let in one settler to come through and pass through to settle in Nevada or to settle in Idaho or Oregon or California, they were potentially letting in soldiers. And so some of these conflicts turned into actual bloody conflicts and they were killing settlers. However, a peaceful resolution was found in April of 1858 in which free pardons were offered to the whole Mormon community and for any incidents that they committed against the United States if Mormons would submit to a new government in Utah. Young would have to resign as governor of Utah and that the Mormon community had to accept the appointment of a new governor by Washington, D.C. instead of the people. The Mormon community also had to allow the U.S. Army to be permanently stationed in the territory until the government was fully installed and that they had served a full term of office, so about a 4-year period. The Mormons took all of these successions, but however, the military would have to eventually leave by 1861 when the American Civil War broke out. But in addition to being governor, Brigham Young was also president of the LDS community. So let's talk about the religious side of things. Brigham Young was the president of the LDS Church. Now, president of the church is the highest office of the LDS movement, and its leader, are it's and he's also the leader of the LDS community. Mormons consider the president of the church to be a prophet, to be a seer, to be a receiver of revelation, and an interpreter of revelation. And in fact, they refer to the president as the prophet. And Latter-day Saints consider the church president to be God's spokesman to the entire world, who who also has the exclusive rights to receive revelation from God on behalf of the entire church and the entire world. And while Joseph Smith was the first president of the church, presidents are not viewed as heavenly figures on earth. They are seen as just mortal humans. They're not seen as the same vein we see Jesus Christ or we see Buddha, but rather Mormons see them as something like the 10 gurus. See the presidents or prophets like that of Muhammad. And in fact, really early on in the United States history, Mormons were often called Mohammedans as an homage to Muslims because a lot of their beliefs and practices, to some extent, was similar to the to Muslim communities. So there is that parallel there. But as the second president of the LDS Church, Brigham Young worked to expand the Mormon Church throughout the American West, expanding Mormon communities into Wyoming, Idaho, Nevada, California, and Oregon. He also constructed a second university in Provo, Utah in 1875 to train Mormon missionaries, to train Mormon ministers, as well as to provide good education that is unmixed with poor influences and with secular influences. So to train Mormons to be Mormons as well. The university would later become known as Brigham Young University, or BYU. He also oversaw the design and the start of construction upon the Great Salt Lake City Temple, which is the most sacred temple within the LDS Church and is kind of considered both the landmark and symbol of the entire religion. It's a beautiful complex. It was eventually completed in 1893, and it is reserved for very special ceremonies within the LDS religion. And also interesting that during its construction, the U.S. government actually seized the Mormon Church for a time because of issues between the United States government and the LDS Church concerning polygamy that we'll talk about later. But for a time, the U.S. did seize the church for a time, but did return it later after the law was enacted. The temple also has survived two bombing incidents by anti Mormons in 1910 and in 1962. Um, he also oversaw the construction of the Salt Lake Tabernacle, which is a building that's designed to host semi annual general conferences for the whole church. And those conferences are held there twice a year. And well, no, not well, every 2 years. Yeah, every 2 years they're held, and they've been held there for 132 years before a new facility was built in 2000. The building currently now just only houses the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, which is a very world famous musical organization, as well as it hosts the Salt Lake City Symphony because it's turned into a music hall now. But it's a great place that you can still go to and encourage you to go to hear some good, interesting music that's there. Young also introduced, you know, he exercised his role as prophet, and by doing that, he introduced a lot of new teachings and clarifications of teachings within Mormonism. So, of course, we need to talk about again polygamy. It's really through even though Joseph Smith introduced the practice, he introduced it in privacy, but it was under Brigham Young's leadership that the practice became universal. And so, really, Brigham Young is known as the father of Mormon polygamy. And while the practice was controversial in 1853, Young made it orthodox within Mormon church practices. Young acknowledged that the doctrine was challenging for many women, but he stated that it was a necessity for a Mormon community to create large families. And in his statement, he proclaimed that, quote, the first wife will say, it is hard, for I have lived with my husband 20 years, and I have raised a family of children for him. But it's a greater trial for men to have more women. It is time that you give your husbands up to other women who will bear him more children. End quote. Young believed that sexual desires of men were given by God to ensure the perpetuality of humankind. And he believed that sex should only be confined in marriage. Thus, pluralistic marriages were needed, and God had ordained it. And it was necessary for men to have multiple wives and to have sex with multiple women in order to relieve their sexual desires and to relieve the burden on one wife to fulfill the sexual desires of the man so that he has multiple wives, and that man has this desire to have children. And so by having multiple wives, it helps to reduce the burden of bearing children on a singular woman. So this is how he argued for it. Second, he introduced one of the most controversial teachings of the LDS Church, besides polygamy, during the Mormon Reformation, known as the Adam God doctrine. But first, what do I mean by the Mormon Reformation? So the Mormon Reformation was this period of time within the Mormon community where spiritual reawakening and revivalism had occurred between the years 1856 and 1857. And it led to significant increase in LDS membership, great zeal among Mormon religious traditions and community, but it also introduced various new practices of Mormon traditions. And so I'm going to talk about some of these new practices that emerged during this time through Brigham Young's leadership. But prior to the Mormon Reformation, the LDS leadership put a significant amount of emphasis and energy towards really building a colony from scratch and building a colony in a very problematic area of Utah, in the Utah Territory. So it meant that they physically had to build a prosperous, self sustaining civilization out on the far edges of the American frontier. And so, because of this emphasis upon survival and growth, the LDS leadership was willing to look the other way when members and their citizens were behaving immorally, when rampant alcoholism, gambling, brothels were being established, robbery was being established, killings were happening every day, low church attendance was there. All these things that you associate with the American Wild Wild West were being associated there in Utah, and that the Mormon community had to deal with. And so they kind of, for a while, were willing to look the other way because they needed bodies, they needed people, they needed growth, they needed money. So as long as the territory was growing and prosperous, the leadership was willing to look the other way and ignore it. However, the LDS community experienced a period of hardship around 1854 when a deadly winter swept the American West, and which was followed in 1855 by a severe drought that ruined all the crops and began to kill off thousands and thousands of cattle. And so by 1856, food had become so scarce in Utah that Mormon records report that, quote, dollars and cents did not count for anything during these times. By 1856, the LDS community was facing extinction through starvation, through drought. And so the church leadership at the time began viewing these disasters as a reflection of previous years' behaviors and acts. They viewed these disasters as a punishment by God for the LDS community's lack of commitment to the new faith, allowing for prostitution to occur, allowing gambling, drinking alcohol, all these things to occur, murder, violence, stealing, all of this stuff to occur at the expense of God. And so, led by a famous Mormon preacher, Jedediah Grant, a revival broke out that changed the LDS community. And so, back to the doctrine of Adam and God. Young announced that Joseph Smith had previously taught that Adam, from the book of Genesis, was once a mortal man who became resurrected after he died and was exalted, and who became God himself, God of the Old Testament, God of the Bible. and that this God was originally a man named Adam who lived on another earth. But when he created the new earth, that is our earth today, he created two humans, a new Adam and a new Eve, and they began to populate and create children on the earth to establish the human race. And when Adam and his wife finished populating the earth, they would return to their heavenly thrones as God and as, well, she didn't even have a name, the mother of heaven, I guess, where they became God of the Hebrew Bible. Young would teach that Adam would again return to earth later to incarnate himself as Jesus Christ. And so you can see this doctrine is very problematic because it argued that this same process can happen to us. And so some Mormons do believe that they themselves can become God. And so this is why they need to have multiple children and multiple wives, because they are building the model for creating little heavens and earth once they die and are resurrected. And so this became a very controversial teaching that was later appealed by the LDS Church in 1976. The third interesting doctrine was that of blood atonement. Now, this teaching of the church believed that the sacrificial atonement of Jesus Christ, which all Christians hold dear, cannot remove every sin. It can remove most sins, but it cannot remove what the Mormon community calls eternal sins. So the church defines eternal sins as apostate, meaning that you can never be saved from denying your faith. You can never be saved if you have homosexual fornication or if you found to have adultery, which is very interesting because, plural marriages and adultery is hard to prove. So it's very convoluted at that point about adultery, but some passages indicate adultery, but really it came to be denying one's faith and having homosexual practices. But I guess adultery in this case is, well, non-marriage sex. But yeah, like I said, it's very hard. But anyhow, Young taught that instead of Jesus' sacrifice on the cross forgiving these sins, the only way these eternal sins could be atoned for is if the individual who committed these sins sacrificed themselves. That they had to shed their blood on the ground and offer themselves up as a sacrifice to God. So, meaning, best way to say it was they were willing to be executed, but the execution needed to be done in a better way. Literally, that they had to have their throats cut in such a way that the blood would fall onto the ground and not themselves. So they would bend over their neck and be cut, and blood had to be sprayed all over the ground for it to be forgiven. So killing them enabled forgiveness. So this is not to be confused with some kind of capital punishment by the state, but rather this is a ritual action, a ritual rite by the LDS community. Young made that point very clear in his teachings that this is not capital punishment, but this is a ritualization of the church. That this is no different from taking the Eucharist. However, the practice of blood atonement was very controversial, very confusing, and thankfully was repudiated by the church, LDS Church, later in 1889. But blood atonement is still practiced by small portions of Mormon who are known as Mormon fundamentalists, or sometimes known as the FLDS Church. And they're the third largest denomination within the Mormon community who still to this day practice polygamy and secrets. And so you can find some of these FLDS churches in some areas of Idaho and in Utah and in Oregon and in Colorado and Wyoming as well. Finally, Young is generally considered to have instituted a church ban against confirming Mormon priesthood on Black Africans. Now, we've already talked about the curse of Ham, but quickly I want to talk about here. What do I mean by Mormon priesthood? So the priesthood within the LDS movement is not equivalent to the priesthood within the Roman Catholic Church. So don't think of nuns, don't think of monks from Eastern religions either. Rather, the priesthood within Mormonism refers to special ability and special authority given by God only to men within the LDS community. And it's this authority, this special ability, that allows them um, to perform church ordinances and to act as church leaders within the local church and to call for a quorum, which is needed to have any kind of ruling. So it's very unique powers for the church to be able to function, but any male can do this as long as they have been endowed, have gone through the ceremony of becoming a priest. So again, the majority of Mormons believe that the priesthood is a male only role. And for much of the community, it was a white only male role. But since then, it has evolved as the Mormon church has become more and more diverse. But however, in 1984, the RLDS Church ruled that women can be priests as well, that women can perform church ordinances, that women can act as leaders within the church, and women can act and call and preside over a quorum. And so, but I won't talk more about the curse of Ham instance. However, on August 29th, 1877, Brigham Young did die. It was reported that he died from a ruptured appendix and was buried at there in Salt Lake City at Pioneer Memorial Park, there in the center of Salt Lake City. He was succeeded by John Taylor as the third president of the church, and thus not instituting the practice of hereditary succession, meaning his son did not take over, as some religious traditions have, like in Sikhism, Baha'i faith, and as well within Shia Islam. And since Joseph Smith's death, the LDS Church has seen a total of 17 presidents over the community. So that's enough with the history of its leaders. There's one last bit of history that I want us to talk about, and that's over polygamy before we go dive deep into what do Mormons believe. And so we need to talk about polygamy because it's a huge, huge, huge thing within the LDS community as well as within American relationship to the LDS Church. So we need to talk about it. As you may be aware, the term polygamy comes from the ancient Greek word meaning multiple marriages, but it generally refers to the custom of one husband having more than one wife at the same time. Um, Polygamy is very commonly practiced still to this date throughout human history. It's actually still legal in 58 countries out of the 200 modern day nations that we have in this world today. For Abrahamic uh, religions, the practice of polygamy, meaning male only, so polygamy, so um, male only is polygamy, but there's another version that's women can marry more than one man, but it's rarely practiced. But in Abrahamic religions, male only marriages, plural marriages, was very common and actually, in fact, scripturally justified. For Judaism and Christianity, the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, justify it. You just have to look at Exodus chapter 21, verses 10, or Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 17, or chapter 21, uh, 15 through 17, justifies having plural marriages. And this is where the Mormon community gets some of the scriptures from. However, monogamy practices of the Romans helped to change the practice of plural marriages and how we see plural marriages within the greater Levant. You see the practice of polygamy being banned within the Dead Sea Scrolls. You see it being banned within the Jewish Talmuds, all documents written and composed during the Roman period when the Romans ruled over Judea. In addition, we see monogamy being reflected and bans on plural marriages reflected in Christianity. New Testament passages like 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 2, Titus 1 chapter 12 advocates for monogamous relationships. And these were being written during the Roman period times, so we can see the change. Furthermore, the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, and the Protestant Church all reject the practice of plural marriages, arguing that marriage is limited to one man and one woman at one time. But for Islam, the practice of polygamy is allowed in the Quran. See Surah chapter 4, verse 3. But it is reserved for very, very, very special situations, usually involving financial or family support issues, like a deceased brother who dies and his widow is allowed to marry another brother or a cousin in order to continue to support the family. So it's very special circumstances, but it's always in relation to financial needs. It's never in relation to the the um, the sexual desires of the male. So, why did Mormons believe in this practice when the rest of all Abrahamic religions, and more specifically Christianity, reject it at the time? Well, reason for participating in the practice of polygamy varied, including religious beliefs, obedience to Mormon leaderships, addressing demographic imbalances, and/or building strong communities. First, let me address the reasons for religious belief. As previously stated, the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, did speak of polygamy and justifying its practice, and even specifying rules for how those practices of polygamy should be carried out. Furthermore, the early patriarchs of the faith of Judaism and Christianity had multiple wives. Abraham had multiple wives. Esau had multiple wives. Jacob had multiple wives. The prophet Elkanah had multiple wives. King David had multiple wives. Solomon had multiple wives. And so, if you recall, the LDS movement was part of this larger movement within Christianity called Restorationism, who sought to restore Christian church to its biblical roots completely. So, reasoning if the earliest believers and patriarchs of this new Christian faith were polygamists, then the earliest believers and patriarchs of this new Christian faith, Mormonism, should be polygamist as well. But Joseph Smith added various theological reasons for the practice of plural marriages within Mormonism. So first, Joseph Smith revealed that, hey, he received this revelation from Christ. I think 1831 was the first revelation, he says, in which Jesus commanded him that, quote, in the time, or that in time, you should take wives of the Lamanites and the Neophytes. Within Mormonism, these are very specific terms to referring to Native Americans. But yeah, you should take wives among these Native Americans that their prosperity may become white delightsome, and just, and take them in the same manner that Abraham took Hagar in Keturah, in the same manner that Jacob took Rachel in Bia and Zelphia. The same idea would appear later on in the Book of Mormon in chapter 2 of the book of Nephi, around chapter 30, which states that the Leamites and Nephites receive the gospel and that they will become white and delightsome. Additionally, you see Mary Elizabeth Rowlands, one of Smith's multiple wives, reveal that she had a similar revelation from God in 1831, which God commanded her to take Smith as his husband and that Smith was to have plural wives. And so from these revelations, we see theological idea formulating that both Smith and Young taught as a divine truth, that plural marriages were essential for salvation of women, that a woman could secure her place in heaven by being married to a righteous man who held the priesthood, meaning that salvation of women within Mormonism was understood to be dependent upon their status as a wife. And that was an early teaching of the LDS Church. Now, while this idea now doesn't remain a central core teaching of the LDS Church, however, in response to modern culture, the LDS Church has modified its teaching a bit by saying that women and men's salvation is not dependent upon marriage while on earth. However, in the afterlife, all men and women will be married, and that they have to become married because marriage is a key aspect of their existence. Additionally, this speaks to LDS teachings on marriage specifically. Now, unlike Christian denominations that view marriage primarily as a sacred earthly institution, Mormons believe marriage extends beyond the mortal life, and they believe in eternal marriages. A Mormon marriage is seen as a sacred covenant not only between the two spouses, but to God. Couples make promises to live faithfully according to gospel principles, to love and support each other just like we do, to raise children in righteousness. But the emphasis is on the covenantal commitment, adds a deeper layer of purpose and responsibility to marriage that goes beyond legal and social aspects. Faithful LDS believe that civil marriages are dissolved at death, but couples who have been sealed, and that's part of the sealing rituals that we'll talk later, in a Mormon temple are married beyond physical death and are married beyond the resurrection. Sealing rituals create celestial marriages or an eternal marriage within Mormonism. Thus, families are a fundamental unit of eternity within Mormonism, and thus why marriage is linked to salvation. We also see economic and social justifications being used for plural marriages within the LDS community. Early Mormon communities experienced really great gender imbalance. There were more women converting to the LDS church than there were men, particularly more single and divorced women or widowed women converting to the LDS community than there were men. Thus, the practice of polygamy was seen as a way to provide marriage opportunities for all women and to address the potential social and economic hardship faced by unmarried women if they're not married. This fact was true for many women within the LDS community, that many of the plural wives were quite destitute prior to entering into a plural marriage. They had no money, they had no income, they had no family. They were struggling to survive, and by entering into a plural marriage, they were able to succeed and survive and thrive. Furthermore, a history of the LDS community was that of frontiersmanship. and pioneership of the American West. So, thus, survival was very harsh and crucial, but paramount if their new Mormon society was to survive. And so they needed large families. Mormon communities could potentially benefit from having a large family by having a large workforce, contributing to their economy, contributing to their growth, contributing to their development. And so it was a very simple fact of surviving because they were also, remember, a very persecuted people throughout American history as well. And third, that building stronger communities had been a long running reason and justification put forth by the LDS Church. The argument went that plural families foster stronger communities because this naturally increases cooperation and resources within a society where resources were scarce on the frontier. And so, thus, it established an LTS community that was more successful to succeeding in the harsh conditions of the West because everybody was related. Everybody was working for a more common goal. There was less infighting if we're all if we're all related in one way and another. So furthermore, the practice had been argued to promote self-sufficiency and self-reliance within the community, which remains still to this day a very vital characteristic of all Mormons today. Mormons are very self-sufficient, very self-reliant people. I admire that so much about them and their church. Mormons are very self-sufficient. They do not believe in going into debt for anything. They often keep food pantries in their homes designed to help their families survive hardship and great moments of needed times. Their families are more close and connected, and they tend to help each other out. And fourth, the idea of Mormon leadership. Mormons generally view the collective counsel given by the presidency and the quorum of the 12 to be inspired by God and to be trustworthy to follow. So they believe that following such counsel leads them closer to God and promotes spiritual well being. Also, Mormon members believe that they are actively living and striving to create a Zion like society characterized by righteousness, unity, characterized by peace. Thus, they view following established leadership as being essential to creating order and achieving collective goals. Mormons believe in continual revelation, meaning that God still provides revelation and direction to his chosen servant, the president, the prophet. So nearly all Christianity does not believe, while not all Christianity believes in a continuing revelation, Mormons do believe. Christians believe that revelation had stopped with the 12 original apostles, had stopped with the completion of the New Testament with the book of Revelation. Mormons do not. They believe that revelation has continued. So if Joseph Smith and Brigham Young stated that they received revelation from God about plural marriages, it explains why the practice of polygamy took root within the community because hey, we believe in continued revelation. We believe in following our leadership. So these have all been used to justify polygamy. However, it should be noted that not all Mormons practiced let me go back, that not all Mormons practice plural marriages nor agreed with it. Even in the early days of the LDS movement, Joseph Smith's wife, Emma, did not agree at all or believed in this revelation as coming from God. According to Smith's personal scribe, William Clayton, who wrote in 1843 that on Wednesday the 12th, this morning, he's writing, I wrote a dictation revelation by Joseph consisting of 10 pages on the order of priesthood, showing the designs in Moses, Abraham, David, and Solomon having multiple wives and concubines. After it was written, Joseph and Hiram presented it and read it to Emma, who said she did not believe a word of it and appeared very rebellious. End quote. It was reported by Brigham Young that Emma actually burned the original Revelation document out of anger and out of rebellion. And that furthermore, in 1843, it was reported that Emma temporarily accepted Smith's marriage to four women of her choosing, who broadened who boarded in the Smith household, but later then publicly regretted her decision and demanded that Joseph Smith divorce his four wives, which he refused. On July of 1843, Joseph Smith and Hiram dictated another revelation, directing Emma to accept plural marriages and stating that Christ will, quote, destroy the first wife if she does not consent to the second marriage. But Emma furiously rejected it. And in March of 1844, Emma publicly denounced polygamy to the LDS community at Nauvoo, saying it was evil and destructive, but she did not disclose her husband's secret marriages during her speech. It appears that Joseph and Emma by 1844 had not reconciled before he died. Second, you had other Mormon leaders like Jason William Briggs, who disagreed with Joseph Smith's teaching on polygamy and publicly broke away from the rest of the LDS community, and who would later help Emma Hale and her son Joseph Smith to establish the reorganized LDS Church as it is today. And our LDS Church has always publicly disagreed with Joseph Smith and this practice. The rest of the United States was horrified by the practice of polygamy, especially with the newly formed Republican Party, whose platform in 1856 was, quote, eliminating the twin evils of barbarianism, polygamy, and slavery. And the United States government played a significant role in ending the practice of polygamy within the LDS Church. Many Americans really feared that polygamy was not only immoral, but it was a great social stabilizer, and that it dysfunctioned, not that it served to defunction the original family instead of support it, and that it was actually incompatible with Christian teachings. And they would also argue it was unpatriotic for Americans to accept polygamy. Americans were feared. Their fears were kind of confirmed by this unpatriotic behaviorship at the outset of the Utah War, and reports of the Utah government officials and judges being appointed by the LDS Church and refusing to recognize the federal government. And once the Republican Party won the presidency with Abraham Lincoln, President Lincoln passed the Morrill, Morrill, the Morrill Anti-Polygamy Act or Anti-Bigamy Act of 1862, which defined marriage as a husband and wife and outlawed polygamy in the U.S. territories, especially in Utah. However, this legislation really had no enforcement because the Civil War was ongoing, and Lincoln didn't have enough forces to enforce it in Utah. And in fact, President Lincoln wrote letters to Brigham Young giving him his permission to ignore the Morrill Act if Brigham Young refused to enter into the Civil War on the side of the Confederacy and if he stayed out of it. And so Brigham Young agreed. In 1874, the U.S. House of Representatives, Luke Poland, was successful in getting legislation passed known as the Poland Act, which sought to facilitate prosecution of polygamists concerning the Morrill Anti-Bigamy Act and exerting control of the LDS Church, or eliminating, excuse me, the exerting control of the LDS Church in Utah by forcing all law cases to go to U.S. district courts instead of territorial courts. At the time, all local courts and judges were presided over by LDS churches and church ministers, and LDS rules and punishments were applied to Mormons as well as non-Mormons in the Utah Territory. And so by removing LDS members from positions of authority in the Utah system, the Poland Act was intended to allow for successful prosecution of Mormon polygamists under U.S. law. However, Mormons believed that the law was unconstitutional and it deprived them of their First Amendment right to practice their religion freely. And so it went to the Supreme Court. And so in 1878, both the Poland Act and the Morrill Anti-Polygamy Act was challenged by the LDS Church in U.S. courts, and that reached the Supreme Court in a famous Supreme Court case known as Reynolds versus the United States in 1878. George Reynolds, who was a Mormon and was also the personal secretary to Brigham Young, was charged as a polygamist under the Morrill Act. And after marrying Amelia Jane Schofield, who was still married to, while he was still married to Mary Ann Tuttleham in Utah, that he was sentenced to 2 years of hard labor and to pay a fine in 1875. Reynolds and the LDS Church appealed the lower court ruling, arguing that Reynolds cannot be charged as he was only following his religious conviction. And also, he argued that there was no criminal contempt if he's complying with his religious beliefs, which are protected by the First Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court rejected Reynolds' argument that the LDS practice of plural marriages was protected by the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment to the Constitution, and his conviction was upheld as the Morrill Anti-Polygamy Act was seen as constitutional, since it defined what marriage should be. The court also recognized that under the First Amendment, Congress cannot pass a law that prohibits the free exercise of religion. However, it held that Congress can pass laws prohibiting polygamy because it did not meet the standard of prohibition, since it established the principle that a person could only be married to one individual at one time, not a plural marriage. And it further argued that the restriction on marriage has been on the books in English law since King James I, which all U.S. law is based on English civil law. So, the court ruled that there was a distinction between religious belief and religious actions that flow out of religious belief. So, which it meant that the U.S. government can legislate against religious actions, but it cannot legislate against religious opinion. So, meaning that the U.S. government can say it is forbidden for you to perform human sacrifices, and that tends to murder, but it cannot say you cannot believe in God. And so this was the slow chipping away of polygamy. And in 1882, President Chester Arthur signed the Edmunds Act, which declared polygamy and unlawful cohabitation a federal offense. and it removed the need for prosecution to prove that actual plural marriage had occurred. And in 1887, the law was amended to become the Edmunds-Tucker Act, which required an anti-polygamy oath to be signed by all prospective voters, jurors, public officials, required civil marriages to all citizens within the states and the territories, classified children who were born from plural marriages as illegitimate, and denied them the ability to inherit things legally, and removed the rights of women to vote in Utah, which they had previously had as a territory. And it removed all Mormon established private schools and replaced them with public schools that were to be supervised by publicly elected officials instead of church leaderships. But the biggest teeth of the Edmunds-Tucker Act was that it disincorporated the LDS Church, meaning that the U.S. government was going to legally break up the LDS Church as a cooperation and confiscate all church property and funds if it did not reverse its teaching on polygamy. So, in response to this onslaught of legislation aimed at the LDS community by the U.S. government, LDS Church President Wilford Woodruff issued the famous 1890 Manifesto, which, according to LDS Church history, um, September of that same year, Woodruff received a revelation from Jesus Christ himself, who visited him and indicated that the church should cease the practice of plural marriages for a time. And that's the key word, for a time. And that it would be revealed again at a later time of when they could practice it again. And so this is where some fundamentalists take up issue with this. And so on September 25th, President Woodruff officially declared the church's intentions to submit to the laws of the United States, effectively ending the practice of polygamy. And on October 6th, it was ratified by the General Assembly of the LDS Church and amended to the Utah Territory Constitution by November of 1895. And by January, surprise, surprise, Utah becomes a state of the Union of the United States. Federal prosecutions of Mormons immediately subsided. However, the U.S. Congress still refused to seat representatives who were known polygamists at the time. But the legal practice was prevalent in Mexico and Canada and parts of the American West for decades after the 1890 Manifesto. However, plural marriages still are not officially recognized by the LDS Church. And in 1904, Woodruff issued a second manifesto, which reaffirmed the church's opposition to plural marriages and threatened to excommunicate any Mormon who was found to be practicing. And it has done so. The church has been active to excommunicate members who are found to have um, performed plural marriages. And like I said, it's still being performed to this day by some of the fundamentalist movements, and the FLDS Church is not considered by the LDS Church as a formal member of the Mormon community. So, the last thing that I think we need to talk about is, what do Mormons believe? So, Mormons, I guess, like many of the Abrahamic religions we have discussed in this course, Mormonism is a revealed religion. And these revealed religions rely heavily on the teachings of religious scriptures. And Mormonism is significantly shaped by its religious writings. And it's the scriptures of Mormonism that I think we should address first. And so the primary religious scriptures of the LDS Church are four distinct works, each contributing to Mormons' understanding regarding God, their role, their purpose, as well as the pathway of salvation, which lies at the heart of Christianity, but also within the Mormon community as well. So the first book, and which really shouldn't be a surprise to us, that the Mormons hold dear is, in fact, the Christian Bible, the Old and New Testament, as authoritative and revealed as the same with all other Christian denominations. The LDS Church follows the Protestant Christian Bible in terms of its structuring, the 66 books of the Bible that you have. But it also prefers that the Bible is only translated and preserved in the what is the old King James English translation of the Bible. You know, the Bible that is full of the these, the thous, the ye's, the shalls, all these things. This is how their their Christian Bible is written in this 1610 language of King James. Mormons view that the Christian Bible is a testimony from Jesus Christ and that it contains his teachings. But the key word here is that they believe it is a testimony. Other Christian denominations do not really believe that. They say it is the testimony. But for Mormons, they believe it is a testimony, which offers valuable insight into God's past interactions with humans. LDS Church believes that the Christian Bible is incomplete and that the Christian Bible does contain errors that have been introduced to the text by later Christian traditions. Thus, they believe that adding additional scripture is needed to provide a more complete understanding of God's plan in these latter days, and thus why they have more books to their Bible than just the Christian Bible. Which leads us to the second and probably the really most primary book of the LDS community that makes them the most different, and that is the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is considered to be another testament of Jesus Christ. And you can see that even in the title, the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ. And it's regarded as sacred scripture, believed to be an ancient uh, record translated by Joseph Smith himself through the aid of divine revelation. The Book of Mormon chronicles a forgotten history of God's interaction with believers in the Americas, and it offers additional teachings and perspectives on God's plan for salvation. The book narrates a span of 1,000 years of forgotten history, and the book starts its history around the year 600 BCE in Jerusalem when God comes to the prophet Lehi and tells him of the impending destruction of Jerusalem and the temple by the approaching Babylonians. God instructs Lehi, the prophet, to leave the city with his family and leave with others who believe in his message and to journey to the Arabian Peninsula. It is there that Lehi's son, Nephi, was commanded by God to build a ship and to sail that ship with his fellow ancient Israelites to a new promised land across the Atlantic, aka the United States of America. After landing in this new promised land, Nephi established a new civilization of Israelites dedicated to God. However, his brothers, Laman and Lemuel, rebelled and established their own rival civilizations that had their own pagan religious practices and traditions. And those religious traditions in that rival civilization would be the Native Americans. The two civilizations became the Neophytes, who were the true believers of God, and the Lamanites, who are pagans and who frequently go to war with each other throughout the rest of the narrative. But the apex of the story is the arrival of Jesus Christ in the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon does not specify the exact date of when Jesus came to the United States, but it suggests that it happened shortly after his resurrection and but before his ascension at the end of the gospel stories. Both Mormons and mainstream believers believe that Jesus is still in heaven, where he is seated at the right hand of God. But Mormons believe that Jesus came to the United States, and while in the Americas, Jesus performed miracles, delivered sermons similar to the teachings we see in the New Testament, that he emphasized love, forgiveness, faith in God, and the importance of keeping the commandments as Jesus worked to establish a church in the United States. And it is in the Americas where Jesus' original teachings and uncorrupted teachings are preserved accurately and correctly by the neophytes. Once Jesus departed from America and went back to heaven, divisions and wickedness soon began to creep back into neophyte society that were influenced by their arch enemies, the Lamanites, or the Native Americans. The story kind of ends when God calls two prophets around the year 130 CE. The prophet Mormon and his son Moroni both started to plead with the neophytes and beg them to repent and return to God and return to righteousness. And they warned that if they didn't return to God, that destruction was soon to come if they did not change their ways. Unfortunately, the neophytes fall, or yeah, I guess yeah, they fail is the better word. Fail to heed the warnings, and war erupts between the neophytes and the Lamanites, and um, the neophytes suffered a series of devastating defeats, which culminated in the complete destruction of their civilization and the civilization of believers prior to the arrival of Christopher Columbus to the Americas. The prophet Mormon witnessed the annihilation of his people and became the sole survivor and believer among the neophytes, and he thus begins to compile a history record of his people's history and their failures on gold plates that would ultimately become the Book of Mormon before he dies. His son, the prophet Moroni, finishes and adds on to his own writings in the plates and includes prophecies about the future generations, and then buries these hidden plates in a heel in upstate New York that would later be discovered by Joseph Smith. The third religious text is known as the Pearl of Great Price. So that's a reference to a famous parable given by Jesus, the Pearl of Great Price. But it's a collection of writings produced by Joseph Smith and contains a variety of materials, including writings written by Moses, by Abraham, as well as kind of articles of faith. These materials inside the Book of Great Price offers insights into the nature of God, into creation of the earth, and some elements of core Mormon beliefs. While not as extensive as the other scriptures that we have from the Mormons, the Pearl of Great Price is still considered sacred and very valuable for understanding specific aspects of Mormon theology that are not covered in the Book of Mormon or in the Bible. The final text is known as the Doctrine and Covenants, which is sometimes D&C. Originally composed by Joseph Smith, but also passages written by Oliver Crowdy, it represents a collection of revelations and teachings received by Joseph Smith, as well as other later prophets and leaders of the church, and is considered an open scripture. Meaning that its continual revelations may occur within the LDS church, and so later people wrote more to it. But basically, it sets forth basic church doctrines, church practices, church organizations. It discusses the rituals and the ordinances that are to be followed by the church, and it talks about all the covenants that the church believes in. But it's really these four scriptures that all work together in unison and form the foundation of Mormon faith and practices. And studying these scriptures is encouraged by all members of a church, of the LDS church. So if you do go to a Mormon church, you will hear passages being read from the Book of Mormon, being read from the DNC, read from the Pearl of Great Price, and read passages from the Bible. On the surface level, the central tenets of Mormonism do align very well with what we think of as Orthodox mainstream Christian beliefs. Mormons are a soft monotheistic religion, and they believe in God of Abraham. They believe in Jesus as Lord and Savior. Mormons believe in Jesus and encourage people to confess that Jesus is their Savior and Lord of their lives, just as other Christians believe in Jesus. They practice baptism. They consume the Lord's Supper and ritual meals the same way in the same spirit as other Protestants. And again, if you go to a Mormon church, you're so hard pressed to spot the differences between it and a Methodist church. They're so similar. However, the LDS does disagree with various key theological points with the rest of Christianity. The first one is that Mormons reject the theological idea of the Trinity. Mormons are non Trinitarian Christians, they're anti Nicene Christians. If you recall, the Trinity is the central doctrine of Christianity, which affirms that there is one God who exists eternally in three distinct persons: God the Father, God the Son, who's Jesus Christ, and God the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, and is often expressed one God in three persons. Mormons believe instead in three distinct and three separate beings of the Trinity. Mormons believe God the Father is literally God the Father, a father, an embodied being with a physical body of flesh and bone, and that he is seen as the ultimate creator and ruler of the universe. Mormons believe Jesus is literally the Son of God, the firstborn of God, and believe that he's a human being of flesh and blood, but that as the first being, he plays a central role in God's plans for salvation by coming to earth, being crucified, and being resurrected. Mormons believe that the Holy Spirit is a distinct spirit of heaven and is with the will of both God the Father and God the Son, and acts as a comforter and teacher and guides to all humanities. But again, they believe that these are all three separate beings. Mormons view the doctrine of the Trinity as incompatible with the Christian Bible because the Bible does not specifically nor distinctly use the language of describing God and Jesus and the Spirit as the same beings. It always describes them as separate beings. So, thus, Mormons do not believe in the Trinitarian idea of homeostasis, being meaning the same in being and same in essence. Mormons do not believe in the hypostatic union of the Trinity. If you're Roman Catholic or Orthodox Christian, this word homeostasis appears as consubstantial in the Nicene Creed that is said at every Mass. Mormons, however, believe in the principle of homoousios, which is similar but not identical in essence, and are thus referred to as non-Trinitarians. And so um, Mormons also believe and hold that um, God the Father and God the Son have glorified physical bodies. Mormons have this view because they take the description of God as and his actions quite literally. So, for example, in Genesis chapter 1, it says God walks in the garden, says God rested after 6 days, that God created man in his own image. So, thus, if we have physical bodies, God must have physical bodies as well. Mormons believe that humans will resurrect with physical bodies upon their death, and they believe that their bodies will be exalted, become deified like God was. Exaltation in Mormonism is that it's the highest level of salvation in the celestial kingdom, and that they will eternally live in God's presence, and that they will believe that they will become gods themselves and continue as families, and that through their families they will create worlds and create spirit children and whom they will govern, just as God the Father and God the Son governs over our earth. Mormons believe that this is how our world and our existence came into being, that God of the Christian Bible was once a man and but was exalted and became God, where he then created earth and created humanity and we're all his children. Mormons believe that there are other gods and goddesses outside of the Godhead of the Christian Bible. Um, and so you'll hear this as the Heavenly Mother, who is the wife of God the Father. And again, one of the core beliefs of Mormonism states that all human beings are spirit children of heavenly parents, of a heavenly father, and of a heavenly mother. So, similarly, our marriages here on earth are paradigms and examples of marriages and existence of what is above in the heavens. That our Creator God had a wife as well, and that through sexual relations with his wife, she gave birth to children who populated the earth. So, this is not the Virgin Mary, but it's this heavenly mother figure who is unnamed, but Mormons do believe that. But Mormons do not pray to this heavenly mother. They only pray to God and they only pray to Jesus, as do other Christians. Again, she's not the Virgin Mary. She not should be consumed or confused with the Virgin Mary, sometimes known as the Queen of Heaven. No. Fourth, Mormons, because of their beliefs, Mormons do have different cosmology as opposed to mainstream Christians. Mormon cosmology draws from biblical cosmology but adds unique elements based on other teachings of Joseph Smith. Mormons believe in a premortal existence of all human beings where we exist as spirits and live with God and live with Jesus before we come to earth and are being born and have physical flesh. But because of the fall in Genesis 3, we have forgotten our true purpose. We've forgotten our premortal existence. But however, through God's grace, we're all destined to become Mormons. And we're all destined to be saved from sin and damnation, whether that's on earth or we get saved in the afterlife. So Mormons believe that everybody will be saved, that no one will truly go to hell at the end of days. They believe that salvation is God's plan through Christ Jesus to provide individuals with the opportunity to progress, to learn, and to ultimately return to their presence with Christ before their pre-existence in God. And Mormons believe that earth serves as a testing ground for where we prove our faith and learn about our true purpose. That once we become Mormons, we have the ability to then be exalted after in the resurrection through our devotion and study of Mormonism here on earth. And so this is the purpose of our existence. Mormons believe that there are 3 degrees of exaltation and glory in the afterlife. that there is the celestial kingdom, the terrestrial kingdom, and the telestial, um, yeah, telestial kingdom. The telestial kingdom is the lowest kind of heaven there is. It is for those who reject the truth and rebel against God and who have committed serious sins. And that it is this celestial kingdom is described as a place that there is no glory, but it's still not hell. And it gives us the opportunity for us to learn about the truth from the Holy Spirit. And that individuals in the celestial experience will experience suffer and regret, but eventually will be able to progress to higher levels once they learn the truth in the afterlife. Next is the terrestrial kingdom, and it's this middle kingdom, and it's for those who live honorably but who don't qualify for the celestial kingdom. This may include individuals who did not receive all of the necessary ordinances of the Mormon church, or who did receive all the ordinances but did not live up to the full expectations of the gospel or the teachings of the LDS church. And this terrestrial kingdom is described as having a lesser degree of glory than the celestial kingdom, but is still a place of eternal life and happiness. And individuals there have the ability to learn from the Holy Spirit and be able to progress to the next level of heaven. And so, this final heaven is the celestial kingdom, and it's considered the highest level, and is where God the Father and Jesus Christ reside. But to receive this kingdom, individuals must receive all necessary ordinances, and must live according to the rules of the LDS Church. The celestial kingdom is seen as a place of eternal happiness, of eternal life, and continual progression. And individuals who enter this heaven and this kingdom are promised exaltation, where they are instructed on how to become like gods and how to have eternal families, and thus how to produce little earths in the next life to come. Fifth, Mormons do believe it is vitally important for believers to participate and to perform in the various ordinances of the church. Now, within the LDS church, an ordinance is used to refer to sacred rites and ceremonies of the LDS church that have spiritual and symbolic meanings and act as means of conveying divine grace. So, this is very similar to what we saw in Christianity, the term sacraments. This is very similar, but they call them ordinances. Um, the LDS Church has two types of ordinances: saving ordinances and other ordinances. So, saving ordinances are essential for attaining the highest level of exaltation in the afterlife. And they include baptism, which symbolizes entering into a covenant with God and becoming a member of the LDS Church; confirmation, which is a ritual of receiving the gift of the Holy Spirit after the age of accountability. And so within the Mormon church, that age is after the age of 8. A child understands the nature of their sins. Yeah, sorry. Someone's calling my phone. Um, where was I? Oh, yeah, confirmation. So, confirmation is this ritual that you become fully accountable for your decisions and for living your life. So if you do die before you turn the age of 8, you are able to enter into the celestial kingdom. But after confirmation, that if you do die and you start misbehaving immediately, then you enter into these lower levels of heaven. The other one is the temple endowment ceremony. which is a series of symbolic teachings and rituals representing the spiritual progress of Mormon development within faith and ensuring their status in the afterlife. All LDS members receive temple garments, and they receive, or which are nicknamed Mormon underwear. And you can Google what's Mormon underwear, and you'll see what it looks like. But it's these special garments, and they're viewed as symbolic reminders of the covenant that they made in the temple and made to God. And they're very symbolic and literally sources of protection as well against evil. Mormons must wear these undergarments at all times, and some LDS members are very protective of not letting non-Mormons see these undergarments. So I had a great friend that anytime he was a Mormon and we would go on road trips together, but anytime it was time to go to bed, I could not see him in his Mormon underwear. So, I had to respect that about him. Also, at the endowment ceremony, all practitioners receive a new name, a new Mormon name, which is a secret name that they cannot reveal to anyone else, but it can only be used within temple ceremonies. There's also the ordinance of temple sealing, and being sealed is being sealed into a celestial marriage to a spouse. So it's a marriage ceremony, but it's a very special ceremony within the Mormon community. Children can also be sealed to their parents, so that's also a separate ceremony that Mormons do. Once their children are born, they bring them and they're sealed to their parents, meaning they're sealed for eternity with them. The also other saving ordination is the ordination to the priesthood, and so we've already talked about that. But it's a kind of power or authority given to men only, which includes the ability to perform ordinances as well or act as leaders. So again, don't think of Catholic priests or none, but rather lay leadership within the institution. Those are the saving ordinances. So baptism, temple sealings, ordinations, confirmation, and endowment is the other one. There's also other ordinances that are done by Mormons but are not considered salvific, meaning important for salvation. So that would be administering to the sick, which offers special prayers and blessings for healing and comfort, naming ceremonies or blessing ceremonies for children, when that welcomes children's or adoptions into families. Baptism for the dead is a very distinct practice within Mormonism, and it involves symbolically performing the ordinance of baptism on behalf of a deceased individual who did not have the opportunity to be baptized during their lifetime. But it's important here that baptism for the dead is not considered salvific in of itself, meaning it does not guarantee salvation for the deceased individual. But Mormons do believe that it decreases the individual. Let me not decrease, but it increases the agency for the ability for the deceased individual to be saved in the afterlife. So if you're in this the telestial sphere or the terrestrial heaven, that by performing these rituals that you're able to help them and help their agency be able to progress forward. So but Mormons do not have a definite way of knowing whether a deceased person has accepted the baptism performed for them. So it's rather an exception of faith. That's why it's not salvific, but it's a very important and very powerful ceremony. The Lord's Supper, unlike Catholic Church, where it's a sacrament, a salvific sacrament, like all Protestants, the Lord's Supper is seen as not being salvific, and Mormons have the same reputation. LDS people participate by eating bread and drinking water instead of wine. no wine is used, but I have seen some Mormons use grape juice instead, like some Protestants do. But most of the time, it's always bread and water instead. You see foot washing ceremonies, which demonstrates personal humility by following Christ's examples. Another common practice is shaking the dust from your feet, which is a reference to Jesus when someone rejects your teachings or rejects the teachings of the church. It's a ceremony, a kind of a ritual that Mormons do as well. If somebody rejects the teachings of the church or prevails to provide missionaries with food, shelter, and money, the person will literally shake the dust off from their feet. And there's also other special services and ordinances like the dedication of a new Mormon church or temple. Funerals, Mormon funerals, are seen as an ordination and sometimes missionary activities as well. Finally, Mormon theology teaches that the United States is a unique place and that Mormons are God's chosen people selected for a singular destiny. The Book of Mormon alludes to the United States as being the biblically promised land of the Bible, and with the Constitution of the United States as being divinely inspired by God, and argues that the United States is an exceptional nation and in fact is truly the promised Israel of the Bible. In Mormonism, it teaches that the ancient Israelite tribes migrated to the Americas centuries before the birth of Christ, and that they are considered to be the ancestors, Mormons themselves, ancestors of this pre-Columbian Native American ancient Israelite community. So Mormons believe they are a continuation of the ancient Israelites and the true believers. And so that means that all the promises that go to the Jews also go to the Mormons as well. And the millennial New Zion and the millennial New Jerusalem is to be built here in America, specifically in Missouri, which is interesting. And so many Mormons believe also in this white horse prophecy, which is a reported revelation given to Joseph Smith. And in this revelation, Joseph Smith reportedly prophesied that Mormons would be driven to the Rocky Mountains, where they would and be established as a great and mighty people, and that they would become a white horse of peace and safety to all the world. But however, Joseph Smith, through this prophecy, also predicted that there will be a time when the U.S. Constitution will almost be destroyed, quote, hanging like threads, and before a white horse steps out to save the world, which is them, the Mormon community. So thus this kind of philosophy explains why the Mormons are very political too, and are very concerned about America's politically, because it has great religious implications. And so some of these biblical prophecies about America have trickled back into evangelical Protestantism and even some evangelical Catholicism, and why we see very much strong residence of evangelical Christians for certain political candidates, and are very sensitive to certain issues that relate to the U.S. Constitution because of some of these theological undertropes that have bled in from different traditions within Protestantism and Mormonism that have blended back in together. So it's a very interesting thing. And so that's the last thing that I wanted to bring up. Mormons have this unique idea of the United States, and they have this unique vision of themselves within the history of the United States. So it makes them a very fascinating new religious tradition concerning being a very much American religion.